Chapter 661. Buzz. Above the void, the spiritual power was vast and mighty. Boundless golden light fell from the sky, as if the river of stars had burst its banks and poured into the world. In the end, the spiritual curtain that the experts of the demon sect had painstakingly supported shattered, turning into endless spiritual light and dissipating. On the mountain peak in the distance, Hua Hua, Han Qingqiu, and Qin Chu stood in front of the palace. They looked at the surging spiritual power in the sky with a hint of surprise in their eyes. What happened? Especially Qin Chu. At this moment, he was inexplicably worried. Could it be that the 6 masters know what happened to me and are attacking me? But if that's the case, Lord Ling Xiao will be fine, right? No, I have to go and take a look. Otherwise, with the hatred the 6 masters have for the holy sect, they might attack young master. I won't allow it. They don't know what kind of person young master is. Where are you going? Hua Hua frowned and blocked in front of Qin Chu. I'm going to see what happened. I'm worried that the saint is in danger. Qin Chu's expression was sincere, causing a hint of surprise to flash across Hua Hua's eyes. Then, she looked at Qin Chu meaningfully, and the corner of her mouth raised into a mocking smile. Don't worry. My young master lives as long as the heavens. He will not be destroyed even if the heavens collapse. What a joke! Qin Chu didn't know Ling Xiao's methods. But how could she and Han Qingqiu not know? With the existence of the realm, as long as there was danger, if the young master couldn't be killed in one strike, he could hide in the realm. However, this Qin Chu was a bit interesting. Miss, you are blindly arrogant. Don't worry, I won't run away. I won't make things difficult for young master. Get out of the way. Qin Chu frowned. Although he admitted that Lord Ling Xiao was a supreme immortal, if it was really his 6 masters who came, this immortal mystic sect was probably going to die. Of course, he didn't care if the immortal mystic sect was going to die or not. However, he had finally found someone who liked him. No, he had found someone who liked him. It seemed even more wrong. Damn! In short, the immortal sect was going to die. Only Lord Ling Xiao could not be harmed in the slightest. Chuer, however, just as the soul light in Qin Chu's eyes flickered and soared intent rose around his body, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind the 3 people. However, when Qin Chu heard this voice, not only did he not feel any sense of familiarity, but his face also inexplicably turned pale. Gulp. It seems to be Grandmaster. He really came. Chua. Floey opened her mouth and almost spat out the pill she had just swallowed. But in the blink of an eye, there was also a vast, demonic aura surrounding her body, a person who could silently appear behind the 3 of them, to the point that she did not even detect a trace of movement. This person, how terrifying was he? The immortal sword in Han Qingqiu's hand suddenly shone brightly. She turned around and looked at the newcomer. At this moment, an azure-clothed figure stood between the green mountains and ancient trees with her hands behind her back. Her expression was gentle, yet inexplicably cold. His temperament was indescribably free and easy, but there seemed to be a deep sea between his brows that caused one's heart to palpitate. It was the great demon Wenruyu. Originally, when this great demon roamed the world, he didn't wear green robes but white robes. However, ever since she became stubborn in her heart, even the green color she liked had become a demonic thought. Great Grandmaster. Qin Chu's eyes were filled with sorrow. What did you do to the saint? The saint? A trace of surprise flashed across Wenryu's face. Why did he feel that this little disciple had so many things in her heart? I haven't seen him. Huh? Then the fluctuation on the mountain peak. Qin Chu's expression froze, but he relaxed in his heart. Fortunately, as long as it wasn't the masters who attacked the young master, then it was fine. Otherwise, how can I explain it to the young master in the future? On one side were the masters who had taught him for 20 years, and on the other side was the young master he respected. If there was a conflict between them, it would be difficult for him. A demonic master is attacking the mountain. When Ruyu glanced at Han Qingqiu indifferently, but her gaze fell on Floey. At this moment, she could feel that this girl had an unconcealed demonic aura. "Who are you?" "Great Grandmaster, they are the saints' maidservants." Qingqiu stood in front of Floey and Han Qingqiu, afraid that this master would be angry and kill them. The saints' maidservants? Suddenly, a complicated expression was revealed on Wenruyu's face that was originally as calm as an ancient well. In the end, his hatred for the holy sect originated from that woman. Freedom, injustice, equality, and all things seemed to be unimportant in the moment when the obsession in his heart arose. He only wanted to know where Yi Qingchan went. However, with his strength, it was impossible for him to kill his way into the holy sect and question the divine master. Therefore, he placed his hopes on Qingqiu. In the end, this master-disciple relationship had a selfish motive. This was also why when Ryu was stricter and more concerned with Qingqiu, he felt guilty and uneasy. In the heavy snow 300 years ago, he searched the border of Zhongjiang for several months before seeing Yi Qingchan for the last time. On the stone path of the snow mountain, the woman walked alone. When Ryu stood at the foot of the mountain and asked her, "Miss, can you tell me your name?" Yi Qingchan stopped and looked back with 30% surprise and 70% indifference. She only said one sentence, "If I see you again, I will kill you." However, just as when Ryu was feeling disappointed and pained, the girl left 3 words, "Yi Qingchan," and then floated away. That scene was engraved in Wenryu's heart for 300 years. One should not meet a woman who was too stunning when one was young. Otherwise, one would be her shadow for the rest of one's life. When Ryu understood this sentence thoroughly, yet despite having seen hundreds of rivers and traversed the Cloud Mountain, it was hard to forget a face. Have you ever heard of the name Yi Qingchan? When Ryu took a deep breath, his eyes filled with vicissitudes. Even his entire aura had become lonely and empty at this moment. They had probably never heard of it. The 2 people in front of him were only in their 20s. How could they have heard of a name that had been missing for 300 years? In 300 years, from a young and frivolous demon who was determined to change the world, he had fallen to a person who was filled with vicissitudes and no longer had any ambitions. His appearance had not changed, but he had fallen ill from lovesickness. He had broken the thread of love, and the rest of his life was bitter and lonely. However, from the beginning of everything, he only had one sentence: no regrets, no regrets, no scruples. Yi Qingchan. However, what the great demon did not expect was that after hearing this name, the woman who was full of demonic aura revealed a shocked expression. You know Missy." At this moment, there was no light in the world, and the sun and moon sank. Only the green shadow in his heart became clearer and clearer, and it became a deep-rooted hatred. 300 years of lovesickness. Finally, he could no longer suppress it. Tell me quickly, where did Missy go?" When Ryu took a step forward and landed beside Hua Hua, he held her shoulders with both hands, and even his voice was filled with a kind of fear and uneasiness. "I'm afraid of being happy for nothing. I'm afraid not of you. I'm also afraid that my lovesickness has no road, and all my thoughts become empty." Chapter 662. You let go of me. Hua Hua was shocked and was about to transform into her true form. Qingqiu's expression was completely dazed. Was this still the great master in his memory? Also, who was Yi Qingchan? Could it be, suddenly, a painting unfolded before Qingqiu's eyes? An ancient path on a snowy mountain, a figure in blue. So this was the name of the person the great master was thinking about? Sorry, I was rude. But, miss, do you really know the name Yi Qingchan? When Ruyu's eyes trembled, she hurriedly let go of Hua Hua and took 3 steps back. but the urgency on her face didn't diminish at all. Yi Qing-chan, isn't she our young master's maidservant? Hua flipped her sleeves and glared at Wenryu in disdain. This person was really strange. Why did she seem to go crazy when she heard the name Yi Qing-chan? Among the young master's maidservants, Yi Qing-chan had been with him the longest, but her status was the lowest. What was there to be surprised about? What, the saint's maidservant? Wenryu's eyes froze, and then her expression returned to normal. But deep in her eyes, there was an unconcealable disappointment. As expected, she was happy for nothing. The saint's maidservant shouldn't be too old. And with Miss Ye's temper, how could she be someone's maidservant? Yes, Yi Qing-chan is one. She's talented and comprehended the Ice Dao law at a young age. But among the young master's maidservants, she's still lacking in background. Hua snorted. Although the person in front of her had an unfathomable cultivation base, but in this world, other than the young master, how many people were worthy of her fear? The chaos sky-swallowing ancestral dragon, when cultivated to great success, could swallow heaven and earth. Even though Hua's cultivation base was still low, she was born with arrogance. Ice Dao law. Wenryu was stunned for an instant. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? They had the same name and even comprehended the same Dao law? How was that possible? Originally, Wenryu came today only to take Qin Chu away and ask Feng Yuanyang if he still remembered the time 100 years ago. As for Ling Xiao, it wasn't that he didn't want to see him. It was just that he hadn't decided with what identity to meet him. But now he was interested in the holy son of the saint. Miss Yi Qing-chan, where is she now? Now, I don't know, it seems like... Cough. Han Qing-chiu coughed twice, and Floey swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. That was close. He almost said that Yi Qing-chan was being hunted down by the oracles of the saint and escaped. I'm a member of the Holy Church now. If she accidentally exposed young master's identity, would young master stew her? Why should I tell you? Floey snorted coldly, but Wenryu's eyes quietly rippled with a layer of soul light. Although he looked gentle, he was actually a great demon. Demons did as they pleased and killed mercilessly. She would not be soft-hearted just because of Hua's beauty. Moreover, ever since she met Yi Qing-chan, Wenryu had come to the conclusion that there were only two types of women in the world. Miss Yi and the others, Honorable Grandmaster. However, just as Wenryu's eyes turned cold and was about to attack Floey, Qin Chu's figure blocked her with a bitter expression. Honorable Grandmaster, these two ladies are the saint's servants. The saint saved my life, you can't hurt them. Move. Wenryu did not say much, but his expression was cold. Honorable Grandmaster, you've taught me since I was young that there are things that demons should do and things that they shouldn't do. If you really attack these two women today, how are you different from those demons who have no bottom line and wreak havoc in the world? Qin Chu did not retreat a single step and stood straight. At this moment, Dao intent flowed around his body, and thousands of illusions appeared as if he was about to attack Wenryu. Honorable Grandmaster, I think even Miss Yi wouldn't want you to become like that. Tell your saint that I'll wait for him in the ancient forest at the foot of the mountain. Chuer, come with me. Wenryu took a deep breath and did not attack in the end. He turned and walked down the mountain. He saw the conflict in front of the Immortal Mystic Hall. With the ancient array controlled by the Immortal Mystic Sect Master, this time the myriad Ghost Mountain Master and the others would definitely be defeated. Since Ling Xiao mentioned the Saber Demon earlier, he probably had other motives. After all, Qin Chu was inexperienced and could not understand the complexity of people's hearts. However, he, Wenryu, had roamed the world for more than 300 years and had seen all kinds of storms. Therefore, as long as he showed up, Ling Xiao would definitely meet him. As for what the saint's motive was, Wenryu could not care less now. His heart was in a mess. Any schemes and tricks would be useless. The Qing Shao Qin seemed to have not appeared in the world for a long time. Honorable Grandmaster, I can't leave yet. However, just as when Ruyu's figure reached the mountain path, he suddenly heard Qin Chu's deep voice behind him. Honorable Grandmaster, I'm now the saint's prisoner. For me, the saint did not hesitate to become enemies with all the elders of the immortal mystic sect. If I leave now, won't I implicate him? Qin Chu shook his head and chuckled. His eyes filled with determination. Demons were loyal, righteous, and responsible, since he was going to testify for the demon. How could he be an ungrateful and treacherous demon? Your Tao should be walked by you. However, I'll remind you that you can't judge a book by its cover. Take care of yourself. In the end, when Ryu did not say anything else, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Since he wanted Qin Chu to appear, it was to train his Tao heart. Whether he believed it or not, it was all training for him. What Ryu wanted to do was to protect Qin Chu when the conspiracy appeared and he was in a dead end. Only then did this little disciple truly understand what the human heart was. Of course, if the saint of the saint sect was really different from the rest of the world and worth befriending, it would be a blessing for Qin Chu. I didn't expect you to be so loyal to my young master. The corners of Hua Hua's mouth curled up, but he sneered in his heart. Unfortunately, you used the wrong person for this loyalty. With the young master's temper, if Qin Chu was not dead, there was an 80% chance that he was still valuable. However, once he ran out of light and heat, he would only end up dead. Saint Ling Shao is righteous and upright. How can I be such a despicable person? Qin Chu was dressed in linen clothes and looked up at the sky. There was an otherworldly aura around him. However, when this scene landed in Hua Hua's eyes, it made her smile even more mockingly. The fool was stunned. Immortal mystic sect in front of the main hall. Endless golden light fell from the sky, illuminating the entire square like the sun. Above the void, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Hellion Shan's mouth, and the spiritual light around him gradually weakened. The mystical array that originally stood above the ancient mountain was actually slowly melting at this moment. However, at this moment, the expressions of the immortal mystic sect members did not relax at all. This was because everyone could feel that at the place where the golden sun bloomed, a wisp of bloody aura was quietly permeating the world. Chapter 663. What's that? At the top of Xianxi Mountain, there was a scarlet light that pierced through the golden sun. Vaguely, an extremely terrifying evil aura rippled through the sky. The celestial mystic sect master and the other celestial sect elders had a solemn expression as they stared at the corner of the square where the demon sect experts were. In the next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A blood-red demon shadow suddenly tore through the void and shattered the golden radiance, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Behind him, countless demon sect disciples were terrified. Their faces were pale as if they had experienced great fear. Below the demon shadow, there were thousands of corpses piled up like a mountain. Among them were the poison sect master, Baiduzi, the Blood Moon Tower master, Zhang Jin, and several other demon sect emperors. Still lacking a little, the 1,000 ghost mountain master sighed and looked up at the sky. Just now, when the demon sect was in danger, he had used the blood demon swallowing heaven technique to block Wang Yang's golden radiance. However, he had also used the opportunity to use his evil technique and forcefully devoured all the disciples and experts of the Blood Moon Tower and Poison Sect. He had only left the terrified Hua Yoji alive. This woman was a fawning woman. As long as he used a little trick, she would be used. Therefore, she had survived. After all, Gu Zhen needed some helpers if he wanted to unify the demon sect in the southern border. As for Baiduzi and the Blood Moon Tower Master, one of them took advantage of his seniority and did not care about Gu Zhen. As for the other, he was too cunning and treacherous, so there was no need to worry about killing him. What a vicious demon sect cultivation technique. It can actually devour people's blood and souls for his own use. And Celestial Sect Elder shouted angrily. However, the moment his voice fell, the entire Celestial Mystic sect became strangely quiet. Devour people's blood and souls? For cultivation. Why did he feel that this scene was somewhat familiar? Inexplicably, many people's gazes began to sweep across the demon sect disciples, and finally stopped on the thin young man. Aye, Qin Shan. He is indeed a spy from the demon sect. The girl beside him looks pretty good. It's Gu Cia. It's the 1,000-ghost Mountain Master's daughter, Gu Cia. She's not dead. Amongst the immortal sect disciples, a tall youth suddenly cried out in alarm. Back then, he had gone down the mountain with Qin Shan to slay the demons. He had seen the two of them fall into the netherworld stream with his own eyes. Even though he did not know how Qin Shan had managed to survive in the demonic stream. However, he did not mention a single word about this little she-devil. Everyone thought that the evil cult's young master had died under the stream, and when they saw the wounds all over Qin Shan's body, they did not think much of it. But now, the two of them must have gotten together then. As for the demonic art that Qin Shan cultivated, it was most likely that he had inherited it from his father-in-law. It matched up, everything matched up. However, for some reason, there was a trace of confusion in the eyes of many immortal sect disciples. This Gusi was extremely beautiful, and she was also the young master of the demon sect. What did she see in Qin Shan? How could a piece of trash with no background win the heart of a witch? It was just that he was very unwilling. So it really is you. Helian Shan gritted his teeth and glared at Su Yunzi. What a good disciple you taught. Sect master, Su Yunzi sighed softly, but his eyes were already filled with absolute coldness. Anyone with eyes could see that today's matter was most likely Qin Shan colluding with the demon sect to attack the mountain. Moreover, this immortal mystic sect was filled with restrictions. If no one led them, Gu Zhen and the others would definitely not be able to reach the mountain peak. I was too careless. I never thought that I, Su Yunzi, would have my reputation ruined by my disciple. I'll punish you later. I'll kill the evil cult first. Helian Shan snorted coldly, and spiritual light appeared around his body again. At this moment, on the square, Gu Zhen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately shouted coldly, "Retreat!" He was already seriously injured from the previous attack. Now he kept the demonic image intact to intimidate the immortal sect. However, once Helian Shan used the power of the ancient formation again, his true colors would be revealed. After all, he had already gained something from this attack. Not only did his cultivation increase, but he also got rid of 2 stumbling blocks on the path to unifying the demon sect. Quit while you're ahead, and you'll live a long life. Thinking of this, Gu Zhen no longer hesitated and brought Gu Cia, and the others down the mountain. Evil cult! Don't think of leaving. Helian Shan shouted coldly when he saw this scene. The golden cauldron in his hand smashed down and trapped Gu Zhen. How could he not see that this 1,000-ghost mountain master was the true leader of the demon sect? As long as he killed him, the remaining demon sect members would definitely collapse without a fight. Old thing, you're courting death. Gu Zhen's eyes were gloomy. He threw Gu Cia, and Qin Shan down the mountain and turned around to attack with his palm. Dao patterns appeared in the void, and demonic aura overturned the sky. A wisp of bloody light pierced through the sky and turned into a 100-meter-long palm print that collided with the golden cauldron. Endless divine light surged into the wind and turned into tens of thousands of wisps of spiritual power, killing dozens of disciples on the spot. The world was filled with blood, and it was like purgatory in the human world. However, at this moment, Gu Zhen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. After the attack, he spat out blood and flew backward. On the other side, Gu Xi grabbed Qin Qingshan's hand and rushed toward the distant mountain. But before the two of them could go far, a figure suddenly stepped out of the void and stopped them. Qin Qingshan. Su Yunzi stood in the air with one hand holding a sword and the other behind his back. His eyes were cold. Master! At this moment, the Seventh Summit's disciple was completely stunned. He never dreamed that such a change would occur in today's martial arts competition, especially the immortal sect disciples who died in the hands of the demon sect. It made him feel despair and grief. In the end, he was powerless to refute, or rather, he had no way to explain. This was the end of his immortal path. He could either die or start from the demon sect. You came to the sect at the age of 10 and became a disciple for 5 years. Now, you joined forces with the demon sect to kill my immortal sect disciples. You and I are both guilty. Today, as your master, I will kill you with my sword. Then, I will cripple my own cultivation and seal my sword for seclusion to give the immortal mystic sect an explanation. Su Yunzi's voice was cold, and his expression could no longer be seen. Master, it's all my fault. I'm willing to apologize with my life. Qin Qingshan clenched his fists as tears flickered in his eyes. What did you do wrong? Qin Qingshan, if my demon sect didn't attack the sect today, do you think they would let you go? Gu Xi frowned and looked at Su Yunzi coldly. Senior, this has nothing to do with Qingshan. You and I are mortal enemies. Back then, the immortal mystic sect killed 100,000 disciples of my gone sky demon sect. Don't tell me you don't need to pay for this sin? What a sharp-tongued girl. If it wasn't for you, Qingshan wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Today, I will kill both of you as a sacrifice for my immortal sect's dead souls. Su Yunzi snorted coldly and unsheathed his sword. Suddenly, a sword cry resounded in the surroundings. Facing a 6th-grade divine emperor, Gu Xi's eyes flashed with determination. Sire, leave. I won't leave with you. Qin Qingshan broke free from the girl's hand and looked at Su Yunzi calmly. Master, I didn't do anything to let down the sect. Plop. However, before Qin Qingshan could finish his words, he felt a sudden pain at the back of his neck. Then his vision turned black and he fainted. Seeing this, Ling Xiao, who was in the sky, raised his eyebrows slightly and then shook his head slightly. Chapter 664. Qingshan, this time, I'm afraid we won't be able to walk out of this predicament together. Sadness flickered in Gu Xi's eyes. Then, she took out an ancient bronze bell and covered Qin Qingshan. You want to leave? Su Yunzi shouted coldly and slashed down with the sword in his hand. An unparalleled sword light slashed down from the sky, instantly shattering the void into pieces. The might of a furious strike from a 6th-grade divine emperor could be imagined. At that moment, spiritual light flickered on the cyan ancient bell. Then, Qin Qingshan and the bell gradually disappeared. However, Gu Xi resolutely turned around and went towards where the sword light was going to land. She had obtained this ancient bell with Qin Qingshan in the nether stream. It could be used to shift space. However, the sword light was swift. If she did not stop it, Qin Qingshan would definitely be killed today. Father! Gudai turned around and looked at the mountain peak. There, Gudai had turned into a blood demon and was fighting against Hellion Shan. Hearing Gu Xi's call, even the demon sect leader's heart trembled. Since she was 5 years old, Gu Xi had never called him father. That was because when Gu Xi's mother was killed by the righteous path, Gudai took her and left without looking back. Gu Xi probably hated him to the core. However, if Gudai did not leave that day, their family of 3 would die in the enemy's hands. Calling him father made him physically and mentally exhausted. However, just as he turned around and looked at Gu Xi, His eyes were filled with fear and anger. Sire, at that moment, Gu Xi, Er's body was covered in soul light and her smile was miserable. She actually destroyed her own soul. Find him. Take good care of him. This is your daughter's only wish. No. Background music. Start. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? If you're not here, that would be a tragedy. Love shakes the 9 heavens. Death for love. At that moment, the immortal mystic sect was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the righteous path disciples were touched when they saw the girl's figure, who did not hesitate. Boom! However, just as the ancient Scion bell was about to disappear, a demonic figure suddenly stepped out of the void and smashed the bell down. At the same time, Qin Qingshan's figure also fell out and was held in Xiong Huan's hand. What a joke! You're so sweet. If I don't witness it with my own eyes, how can I control you? Ling Xiao stood in the void with a sinister look in his eyes. Only pain would make people have no regrets. Pa! Xiong Huan waved his hand and forcefully pulled Qin Qingshan out of his coma. Then, the young disciple of the 7th summit watched in shock as Gu Xi, Er's soul light, shot into the sky and collided fiercely with the monstrous sword intent. In the final moments of her life, the young girl looked back, wanting to see Qin Qingshan one last time. However, what she saw was the young man standing in front of Xiong Huan, his eyes filled with hatred. What happened? In the end, Gu Xi did not understand how the young man who should have disappeared with the green bell woke up. However, when she saw the demonic figure standing behind him, the corners of her mouth gradually raised into a smile. Live on! After all, her soul had been shattered, and she was powerless to reverse the situation. As long as he was alive, everything was worth it. Uft! The sword light that filled the sky scattered down, piercing through the young girl's soul and body. Qin Qingshan stood on the spot, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red. No. At this moment, he was no longer thinking about why Gu Xi suddenly appeared and attacked the celestial mystic sect. He could not care less about his senior brothers who had died in the hands of the evil demons. He only wanted to hug the young girl and tell her that he was willing. He was willing to leave Southern Border with her, leave the conflict, and wander the world. However, it was all too late. Sire! Qin Qingshan looked up to the sky and shouted, his voice filled with despair and death. Even now, he did not know Gu Xi's true identity. He only knew that she was a disciple of the demon sect and had heard her mention a sad past. Only after experiencing life and death could one see a person's heart. Even though he had always been taught that the demon sect was cruel since he was young. However, he did not feel any evil from Gu Xi. Instead, the young girl's innocence and straightforwardness made him see a different demoness of the demon sect. The past appeared in front of Qin Qingshan like a picture scroll. Unknowingly, his tears had already wet his white robe. The difference between the righteous and evil, the prestige of the sect, all of that seemed to be unimportant at this moment. If he could restart his life, Qin Qingshan would definitely not hesitate to leave the celestial mystic sect and stay by her side until he grew old. No, the world was dark. The young man was like a cuckoo crying blood. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he fell into endless darkness. Xiong Huan's eyes flashed with a trace of demonic light. He reached out to catch the falling young girl and instantly disappeared. Celestial mystic sect. If I don't take revenge, I'm not human. Outside Gu Zhen's body, a blood shadow rushed into the sky and fiercely knocked away the golden cauldron. He turned around and rushed down the mountain. As for the remaining devil sect disciples, they used all their strength to escape one after another. The celestial sect disciples, led by the peak masters, chased after the 4 demon sects, wanting to destroy them in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, held the evil ancient sword and fought with a demon sect deity marquis. Only Phoenix Rouge did not make a move from the beginning to the end. Her beautiful face flashed with a trace of sadness. She was used to reading about life and death in books, but she still felt a trace of wavering when Qin looked up to the sky and cried bitterly, "Is this really the result that I want? Beep, the child of destiny's faith has collapsed. Congratulations to the host for plundering 1,000 luck points and 10,000 villain points. Beep, the child of destiny is doubting herself. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points." Hearing the continuous notifications from the system, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a playful smile. In this game of chess, he finally got everything he wanted. Next, he only needed to use a little trick to make the child of destiny, who was in so much pain, completely become a tool. As for Phoenix Rouge, this is just the beginning. Soon, you will understand what kind of experience it is to have the whole world as your enemy. The great war between the righteous and evil had come to an end. Although 2 of the 4 demon sects were destroyed in the end, the celestial mystic sect's losses were also incomparably tragic. 2 peak masters and 3 elders died in the hands of the demons, and hundreds of disciples were slaughtered. More importantly, the celestial mystic sect master was seriously injured, and it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. There were still 3 days before the experts of the sea race arrived to fight for the fortune in the heavenly lake. Therefore, at this time, Helian Shan did not dare to go into seclusion to heal his injuries, fearing that there would be another accident. In front of the main hall at the top of the mountain, Ling Zhao's figure landed from the sky. Looking at the 3 in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to see a trace of obvious worry and nervousness on the face of this successor of the 6 demon sects. However, when he saw Ling Zhao, this worry turned into heartfelt joy. What the F***, CK? Young Master Qin? Inexplicably, Ling Zhao suddenly thought of the other young Master Qin in the eastern border. Young Master, Saint. Hua and Han Qingqiu rushed over and stood in front of Ling Zhao, looking like they wanted to say something, but hesitated. What happened? Ling Zhao frowned slightly, but he saw Qingqiu slowly walk over and bow to him. Saint, my master wants to see you. He is now in the ancient forest at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 665. You're the great master? Ling Zhao was slightly stunned, but he sneered in his heart. As expected, these 6 demons were quite concerned about Qingqiu. It had only been a day, but they couldn't wait to find him. However, according to Ling Zhao's thoughts, these 6 demons had lived in seclusion in southern border for hundreds of years and were cautious. They shouldn't have seen him so easily, but now it seemed that he had overestimated the 6 demons. Young master, this Qingqiu's master, seemed to know Yi Qingchan. Hua wanted to say something, but hesitated. When she thought of Wenruyu's loss of composure just now, she felt that this old thing seemed to have some unspeakable secret with Yi Qingchan. F***CK. Shameless. Although Wenryu looked middle-aged, Hua could clearly feel the vicissitudes of life on his body. Old cow, do you want to eat young grass? You even want to eat my master? Isn't this courting death? No matter how powerful Wenruyu's cultivation was, in Hua's eyes, as long as her master wanted to kill someone, no one in this world could live. However, it was also very strange. She wanted to ask her master to kill Yi Qingchan as well. Who asked that woman to cut her raw meat and cook it for her master? You know Yi Qingchan. Ling Zhao frowned slightly and looked at Hua in confusion. How do you know? That shouldn't be. Yi Qingchan was from the 4 wastelands of the lower realm that Ling Zhao came to Xingzhou. During this time, she had been cultivating in the sword sect. Southern border was thousands of miles away from eastern border. How could the great demon know her? Wait, could it be the innate intelligence in Yi Qingchan's body? Or rather, The great demon knew Yi Qing-chan from her previous life? He said it himself, and he kept calling her Missy. It's so disgusting. Hua Hua shuddered exaggeratedly. On the side, Qin Chu's expression was ugly as he explained awkwardly. Saint, it's not like that. If it's not like that, then what is it? Young master, you didn't see it. But when Qin Chu's master heard the name, Yi Qing-chan, he almost searched my soul. Hua Hua glared at him, but Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with coldness. Really? Holy Sun, it's not like that. Actually, I think master must have made a mistake. The woman in his heart is someone from 300 years ago. How could she be the saint's maidservant? Qin Chu's heart trembled, especially when he saw the coldness in Ling Zhao's eyes. It made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Someone from 300 years ago. Ling Zhao's eyes were deep, and he seemed to have understood something. Ling Xiao had already learned from Yi Luoyan that the Shengzhou continent was a prison that the Foliaceae guarded for the immortals. If that was the case, then the previous divine masters should be people of the Foliaceae. Yi Qing-chan's origin was mysterious, and there was an innate wisdom in her soul. Her identity was definitely related to the Foliaceae. The only thing that Ling Xiao wasn't sure about was that from the fourth divine messenger's fragmented memories, Ling Xiao learned that the previous divine master had colluded with a demon, and that was why the current divine master had come and killed him. He had originally thought that this was just an excuse, but now it seemed that this so-called demon might not be the last descendant of the sky demon, but could be one of Qin Chu's 6 great demon masters. And Yi Qing-chan's identity, Holy Sun? Holy Sun? Qin Chu looked a bit nervous. The last thing he wanted to see was a conflict between the great master and the Holy Sun. He was stuck in the middle and didn't know what to do. Oh, it seems that I have to go and meet your master. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, a sinister glint in his eyes. If this Guqin demon was really related to Yi Qing-chan's innate wisdom, then his fate would be even worse. My woman, even if she's just a concubine, shouldn't be coveted by others. Buzz, however. At this moment, a look of surprise flashed across Ling Zhao's face, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Boom! In the realm, Ling Xiao stood in the void, looking at the gathering dark clouds above his head. His eyes flashed with surprise. In the past few days, he didn't deliberately cultivate. The reason was because he was now the holy son of the saint sect. Meng Yuan's cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the divine Lord realm, and she was already a peerless genius. If he stepped into the divine king realm, it would be shocking. The first divine messenger was at the 9th stage. Even if Ling Xiao had a spiritual treasure that could conceal his aura, who knew if a mysterious 9th stage divine emperor could see through it? When villains did things, they had to be extremely cautious. The villain points in the system wouldn't be emptied. As long as he kept accumulating them, Ling Xiao could step into the divine king realm at any time. Now that he had just entered the southern border and was in the enemy's camp, he had to be careful. However, he seemed to have underestimated the immortal source in his dantian and the wonders of the purple qi, stainless divine body. In just a few days, he had broken through to the 1st stage of the divine king realm. The divine king realm was the 2nd watershed in the path of cultivation. The divine king realm, as the name suggested, allowed one to rule over a region and have the power to establish a sect. Of course, in Ling Zhao's eyes, the divine king realm didn't have much power, but for the forces in the Shengzhou, a 17-year-old divine king expert was definitely a world-shaking achievement. In fact, in the history of the Shengzhou, no one had stepped into the divine king realm at this age. It was hard to say for the immortal race, but among the human race, Ling Xiao was the first. Since that's the case, let's break through together. Around Ling Xiao, starlight shot into the sky, illuminating it. System, add a point to the Xiantian Ancient Sutra. Boom! The thunderclouds that originally enveloped Ling Zhao's head suddenly extended to a radius of 10,000 miles. The entire realm seemed to be plunged into darkness. Above the heavenly palace, Ning looked at the tribulation clouds in surprise. Wow, it's going to rain. This is the first time I've seen heavy rain in Big Brother's realm. Beside her, Feng Ling didn't say anything. Given the intensity of the thunderclouds, Ling Xiao probably didn't just break through to the divine king realm. He was getting more and more powerful, from a Xiantian and, when they first met, to a young divine king. In just a year, this young man stood at the top of his generation. However, he didn't know if he would be able to step out of this realm this time and go to an even vaster world. The world was raining heavily, and all living things were struggling to survive. One day he would realize that this tiny Shangzhou was really poor and pitiful. Boom! Boom! Tens of thousands of thunderbolts fell from the sky, completely enveloping Ling Xiao's figure. The entire realm was cut into scars, like the intersection of the mortal realm and the demon realm. The sky was dark, like the Dead Sea of the demon realm, with 3,000 illusory demonic figures conquering the heavens. The earth was bright as day, as if the immortal tribulation had descended from the heavens, turning into spiritual palaces and divine forests, intimidating all evil. At the border between darkness and day, a tall figure dissipated his spiritual pressure and sat quietly, allowing the tens of thousands of thunderbolts to strike him without moving an inch. Time passed by slowly, like a white steed flitting by a crack, leaving no trace behind. Between heaven and earth, ancient forests burned and mountains collapsed. Only Ling Xiao remained eternal, his body like a boulder, unmoving. Chapter 666. Then a golden light pierced through the darkness and shone on the ground. The mountains and rivers that had been baptized by the lightning tribulation suddenly had spirit chi spread and life force evolved. The 10 dragon veins turned into one. The spirit chi in this realm was 10,000 times more terrifying than that of the sacred ground. On the other hand, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Even though he didn't emanate any aura, he seemed to have fused into one with the heavens and the earth. He was a 3rd grade divine king, only 1 step away from 4th grade. With Ling Xiao's current strength, even if he didn't use the power of the sky demon, killing a divine king was as easy as killing a dog. Master. In front of him, Xiong Huan held a figure in each hand and bowed to Ling Xiao. Xiong Huan, go to the foot of the mountain and find Qingyu. Ask him to bring you into the 1,000 Ghost Mountain and capture Guzhen. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the unconscious Qin Qingshan and the cold Gu. His gaze was cold. With Guzhen's strength, he had withstood 2 big moves from the celestial mystic sect master. Even if he wasn't dead, he must be seriously injured. And with how cautious the demon sect master was, he might not return to the 1,000 Ghost Mountain now. He might be hiding in some unknown place and carefully healing. Of course, that was what normal people thought. But Ling Xiao guessed that the demon sect master was most likely in the 1,000 Ghost Mountain now. The most dangerous place was usually the safest. It was precisely because Gu Zhan was too cautious that no one would have thought that he would be so bold as to hide within the sect. Ling Xiao had just entered Nanjiang, not just to find the son of destiny and harvest leeks. Especially now that he had killed Qingyu and obtained the celestial origin. His need for villain points to increase his cultivation was not as strong as before. There were 2 important matters in Nanjiang. Find information about the demon bone and kill the first divine envoy. As the leader of the 4 divine envoys, Divine Envoy Dugu might have a more direct understanding of the Divine Master and the past 300 years. Gu Zhen was now the leader of the demon sect in Nanjiang, especially now that the Blood Moon Tower Master and the Poison Sect Master had died on Xuanxi Mountain. No one in the demon sect was a threat to him. Damn, the ancient poison devil's methods were cruel, and he brought disaster to the world. I, Ling Xiao, the light of the righteous path, will of course firmly control him in my hands. Yes, my lord. Xiong Huan casually tossed Qin Qingshan and Gu Xi to the ground, and he instantly vanished. With this demon general's current strength, if the ancient poison was at its peak, it might not be so easy to capture him. However, he was defeated, and it just so happened that beside him were hidden guards that Ling Xiao had placed in the southern wilderness. As for Qin Qingshan, Ling Xiao didn't even look at him. His figure suddenly disappeared. When he woke up, he would see Gu Xi's corpse. That would be the moment when he felt the greatest despair. Betraying the sect, his true love was killed by his master, and he bore the name of being a spy of the demon sect. Fainting was just an escape. But sooner or later, he would wake up from his dream. Humans would only be manipulated by others when they are in despair. A stray dog was invincible. At the foot of the 10,000 Ghost Mountain, ghost fog lingered. Faintly, a wave of array formation rippled out. The mountain was not a mountain, and the forest was not a forest. There were thousands of ghost shadows overlapping, giving people the feeling that they would not return alive after entering this mountain. "My lord, you are indeed a genius." Xiong Huan's eyes were cold as he looked up at the mountain top. Beside him, Qingyu smiled and nodded slightly. "My lord, the ancient poison is in the nether stream of the 10,000 Ghost Mountain. I'll bring you down." "Okay." Xiong Huan's voice was low. He stepped forward and instantly broke through the fog, disappearing with Qingyu. In front of the back hall of the Immortal Mystic Sect, Ling Xiao's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Qin Chu and the other two. "Your Grandmaster is at the foot of the mountain?" "Saint, my Grandmaster." Qin Chu's expression froze, and his heart inexplicably palpitated. At this moment, he seemed to feel that Ling Xiao's aura had changed. He had cultivated with the 6 demons since he was young. Among them, the book demon was best at the Tao of divination. Inexplicably, he felt that Ling Xiao seemed to be even more terrifying. How was that possible? In such a short period of time, the saint's strength had improved? Moreover, this suppression didn't seem to be caused by the aura of someone of the same generation. It was more like the suppression of the realm, the immortal king. Instantly, Qin Chu's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with deep admiration. "Saint Ling Xiao, you are the mountain, the sea of stars. You are the other side of the sky that Chu has worked hard to climb." "I got it. You stay on the mountain. I'll go and meet your Grandmaster." Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent as he turned to leave. Saint. Seeing this scene, Qin Chu's face inexplicably turned pale. Young Master Qin, is there anything else?" Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that something was wrong with Qin Chu today. "Saint, my Grandmaster, although his name is gentle, his temperament is cold. Moreover, he has always been biased against people from the Saint sect. Why don't you let me go down the mountain with you?" Qin Chu's eyes were filled with eagerness. Clearly, he was worried that the Grandmaster would kill the Ling Xiao Saint's son because of a disagreement. "No need." Ling Xiao shook his head, took a step forward, and disappeared instantly. "What a joke. You want to go down the mountain with me? With you here, the demon will have some reservations and won't dare to attack me easily." Even if Ling Xiao didn't do anything with Wenruyu's temperament, she would have guessed the reason why Qin Chu was left on the mountain. It wasn't until Ling Xiao's figure appeared in the ancient forest at the foot of the mountain that her eyes narrowed. At this moment, he could hear a wisp of melodious zither music spreading from the forest. However, the birds and beasts in the forest weren't disturbed, as if they didn't hear it. "Did you play it especially for me?" Senior one is really polite." Ling Xiao sneered and walked into the ancient forest. He saw a figure in green sitting cross-legged on the ground where Lin Shen was, gently playing a green wooden zither in front of him. The sound of the zither was melodious and revealed a vision. Vaguely, Ling Xiao seemed to see red-crowned cranes flying in front of him, old trees blooming in spring. Even With Ling Zhao's soul realm, he knew that everything in front of him was an illusion, but he couldn't help but linger in it and be intoxicated. But at this moment, the sound of the zither suddenly changed, and there was a shocking sound. The originally peaceful celestial scene suddenly changed its appearance at this moment. A snow mountain towered in the sky. The mountain forest stone path provoked sudden snow, and the beauty in troubled times provoked lovesickness. The pure white snow drifted down with the wind, dyeing the earth and ancient mountains silvery white. On the ancient mountain path, a woman dressed in green walked on the snow like a fairy. The world was bleak, and the snow had disappeared. There was only a hint of sadness that seeped into one's heart, causing one to feel a chill in their hearts. Ling Xiao frowned and looked at the woman on the mountain path. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At this moment, the woman seemed to have sensed something. She stopped and slowly turned her head. Boom! At this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed and there was shock in them. That was because he saw that the figure in the snow was none other than Yi Qingchan. Chapter 667. My name is Yi Qingchan. On the ancient mountain path, the green-clothed woman's expression was indifferent and even a bit cold. Obviously, she didn't say this to Ling Xiao. It was more like a memory. The sound of the zither dissipated and the scene froze. The snow melted. However, coldness flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The scene just now was obviously created by the demon's illusion. However, it was also what he thought and saw. In this case, he was really related to Yi Qingchan's previous life. However, looking at the coldness in Yi Qingchan's eyes and the sadness in Wenruyu's zither, this demon was probably lovesick and empty for half of his life. Indeed, the low-level rookies were all showing off their abilities. The high-level bosses were mostly troubled by love and lived in seclusion. In fact, it was understandable. When his cultivation was weak, people believed in the great Tao of ruthlessness. If there was no woman in his heart, he would naturally draw his sword. However, he had already killed a god and his cultivation was at the peak of the world. It was difficult for him to make any progress. Why couldn't he find some excitement and happiness he had cultivated for his entire life? Why couldn't he taste a woman? But it seemed that Qin Chu's identity was a bit awkward. The demon probably taught him patiently not to overthrow the saint sect, but to make all creatures equal. It was just that the hatred in his heart was hard to quell, and he still had feelings for her. However, no matter what, he was destined to end up. You really know her. In the ancient forest, the sound of the zither stopped and all creatures fell silent. Only the green-robed figure sighed and raised his head to look at Ling Xiao. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded calmly and didn't hide it. In the illusion created by the zither, Ling Xiao's mental changes couldn't escape the demon's spiritual sense. Besides, why should he hide it? The current Yi Qingchan was no longer the person she was 300 years ago, nor was she the only person Wenryu cared about. Holy son of the sacred sect, you have guts to come here alone. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you here? Wenryu put away her zither and stood up. She looked at the young man in the forest, and a wisp of demonic power spread out from her body, raising the withered leaves. However, for some reason, his eyes seemed to flash with a hint of seriousness. He didn't fear the emperor or the devil. His aura was vigorous and steady, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. In other words, the young man in front of her was not pretending to be calm. He really did not put Wenryu in his eyes. But how was that possible? How could a 17 or 18-year-old youth not have a trace of panic in front of him? Could it be that he had enough confidence to escape from his hands? Qin Chu? Wenryu's eyes flickered. In the end, she withdrew her aura and stood in the forest with her hands behind her back. Although Senior Wen is a devil, he is not an evil devil. This can be seen from Brother Qin. Ling Zhao's expression was calm, and he was neither servile nor overbearing. Although he called him Senior, It was obvious that he was speaking as if they were of the same generation. "Speak, Miss Yi. Where are you now?" From the moment she heard Yi Qingchan's name, when Ruyu had been thinking about a question. If Ling Zhao's maidservant was Yi Qingchan, then what was going on? In the end, she could only think of one possibility. Yi Qingchan had fallen and reincarnated. She also happened to enter the saint sect and become the saint's maidservant. But this did not make sense. If Yi Qingchan had died, she must have died at the hands of the saint sect's divine master. Then, even if she had reincarnated, how could she have stayed in the saint sect peacefully? However, her name, appearance, and even Taoist principles were exactly the same. What the hell was going on? Senior, would you believe me if I said I don't know? To be honest, Ling Xiao really did not know where Yi Qingchan had gone. That day before she left, she only said that she was summoned by something in her soul sea, and then she disappeared. So far, she did not even send back a voice transmission. Ling Xiao guessed that she had most likely gone to Zhongjiang, or even the Divine Mountain, where the saint sect was located. In this case, he did not dare to disturb her rashly to avoid exposing Yi Qingchan's whereabouts. You don't know. When Ryu frowned slightly and soul light flickered in her eyes. At that moment, he was hesitating whether he should capture the saint and search his divine soul. In this case, everything would be simple. Senior, I came to Nanjiang to search for Yi Qingchan's whereabouts. Ling Zhao's eyes were calm, but he sneered in his heart. A demon who had missed Yi Qingchan for 300 years would definitely be agitated when he suddenly heard news about her. The saint sect sent the 4 great divine envoys into Zhongjiang not to search for the sky demon, but for Yi Qingchan. Senior Wen, Yi Qingchan's disappearance must be related to the divine envoys. Why don't we capture the first divine envoy, search his soul, and refine it so that we can interrogate him? What do you mean? As early as 300 years ago, when Ryu had a guess, perhaps the saint sect was not as stable and peaceful as she had imagined. Especially when Yi Qingchan went missing, there were rumors in Xingzhou. It was said that the divine master colluded with the great demon and was killed by the new divine master. However, when Ryu did not believe this news at all, he had seen Yi Qingchan's character and methods with his own eyes, and he had also fought with the current divine master. With the latter's cultivation, it was not possible for him to kill her. Therefore, when Ryu had always thought that Miss, you must be trapped somewhere. However, no matter what, the 2 divine masters were fighting each other, which proved that the saint sect was not a monolithic entity. The 4 great divine envoys entered Zhongjiang to secretly search for Yi Qingchan. I was in seclusion and did not know about this. When I came out of seclusion, she was already gone. Ling Xiao was good at bluffing. Now that he had the holy words, his words were more believable. Saint, what do you mean? The more when Ryu listened, the more confused she became. Ling Xiao meant that he was disloyal to the 4 great divine envoys, and even the divine master? How could this be possible? The divine master's cultivation was extremely high. Although Ling Xiao was quite extraordinary. How old was he? How could a 17 or 18-year-old man dare to scheme against the divine master? What was Ling Xiao trying to do? Yi Qingchan was reincarnated. I found her in the lower realm and placed her in the heavenly sword immortal sect of the eastern border. Unexpectedly, the divine master found out about it and sent the divine envoys down to Zhongjiang. When I came out of seclusion, she was already gone. Ling Zhao's words were half true and half false. He knew that Yi Qingchan was a reincarnated person. The great demon must be missing Yi Qingchan from his previous life. How did she die? Now, it seemed that the divine master had something to do with it. No, even if he had nothing to do with it, he must have something to do with it. So what? All in all, it was right to push all the blame to the divine master. He was the best in the world and the enemy of the whole world. Even if his cultivation was unparalleled, What was the point? Of course, if he wanted to lure the great demon into the trap, he would be exposed easily if he did not tell the truth. Although the 6 demons were powerful, it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand against a 9th-grade divine emperor. Therefore, the plan to kill the first divine envoy could not be rushed. If he was not careful, he would die. Ling Xiao needed some time to complete the plan. During this time, the great demon would be able to find out a lot of things. What? Reincarnated? When Ruyu's expression changed. After a while, he nodded. Miss Yi, how did she die? When the sky demon came, Qingchan was severely injured in order to kill him. That was why she was killed. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Murderous intent flowed in his eyes. Is that so? When Ryu was naturally aware of what had happened 300 years ago. No wonder. It was no wonder that he could not find any news about Yi Qingchan in the past 300 years despite searching everywhere. But I have a question in my heart. The Holy Sun seems to be less than 20 years old now. How did you know about this secret from 300 years ago? After saying that, when Ryu's eyes suddenly shone brightly, he used the voiding realm to envelop Ling Xiao. Chapter 668. Qingchan and I came from the same world. I came down to look for her. As for my identity, it's better if you don't know. Suddenly, a wisp of immortal power circulated around Ling Xiao's body. The immortal origin bloomed in his Dan-Si, and the ancestral talisman buzzed above his soul palace. In a short moment, strange phenomena appeared in the sky above the ancient forest, and divine power filled the air, especially the suppression that came from the origin of heaven and earth. It instantly caused Wenryu's calm face to reveal a trace of shock. This person's words were fake, but the Taoist rhythm could not be faked. No wonder this young man was not afraid of the God Emperor at such a young age. It turned out that he was not from this world. With Wenryu's experience, she naturally knew that this world was vast and endless. All living beings from the upper realm had innate talent, comprehension, vision, and experience that were incomparable to ants from the lower realm. Moreover, Yi Qingchan's cultivation was heaven-defying, and she had transcended the shackles. Wenryu had long guessed that perhaps she also came from the 9 heavens. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, she was just an ant from the lower realm in her eyes. Inexplicably, there was an additional wisp of vicissitudes in Wenryu's eyes. In order to kill the sky demon, Miss Yi was seriously injured. Just now, she was schemed against by a villain and died in the reincarnation cycle. However, wasn't she also a demon in the eyes of the world? Although she appeared to fight, she gave her a way out in the end. Now, Wenryu no longer wanted to win her heart. As long as she could see her from afar and know that she was fine, she would have no regrets in this life. Looking at Wenryu, who suddenly fell into silence, Ling Xiao's lips curled up into a smile. What kind of bad intentions could an old bootlicker who had been yearning for 300 years have? Moreover, the human heart was complicated to begin with. The more mysterious something was, the more frightening it was. Oh, right. Previously, when I was in the sacred sect, I met an old senior. He entrusted me with something. A wisp of soul light emitted from Ling Xiao's eyes, and it turned into a piece of golden paper that floated in the sky. When Ryu's eyes widened as soon as she took a glance at it, dominating world saber art. It was the saber demons dominating world saber art. At this moment, all the doubts in Wenryu's heart vanished. She slowly closed her eyes and seemed to have fallen into deep thought. The ridicule in Ling Xiao's eyes grew thicker when he saw this scene, but he didn't say anything else. Now, it seemed that the great demon's desire to destroy the saint sect was more or less mixed with a tinge of selfishness. Regardless of whether or not the other 6 devils knew about this, he still felt that he owed them. If he had not provoked them, perhaps the saber demon would not have died back then, and the 6 demons would not have had to live in seclusion here. In the end, it was his fault for loving the wrong person and restricting the freedom of the 7 demons. What do you plan to do next? After a long while, when Ryu sighed softly, but her eyes were no longer gloomy. The saber demon had fallen for 300 years, and there was no news of him. Only a wisp of his soul consciousness had not been destroyed. However, a few days ago, this wisp of soul consciousness had dissipated. Today, Ling Xiao came here with the dominating world saber art. It could be said that when Ryu's long-cherished wish had been fulfilled, the legacy of the 6 demons belonged to Qin Chu alone, and his cultivation techniques and reputation continued. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. However, the saber demon had fallen at his peak and did not leave behind any descendants. Now that Ling Xiao had returned the dominating world saber art to him, when Ryu could teach it to others, it was also a kind of comfort for the 6 demons. Capture the first divine emissary and find out where Qing Chan went. Ling Xiao's voice was clear and cold, and it instantly made Ryu's heart tremble. She looked at him in surprise. Capture the first divine emissary? The first divine emissary was a 9th grade divine emperor and was the strongest in the Shenzhou. If someone else had said this, Ryu would have probably killed him on the spot. Are you bragging to me? However, at this moment, looking at the calm face of the young man in front of her, Ryu seemed to feel that this matter was feasible. Aren't you afraid that I will tell the first divine emissary this news and gain the favor of the saint sect? Senior, if you want to do this, why go through so much trouble? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to kill me, right? Ling Xiao shook his head and chuckled. Although I didn't have much contact with the saber demon, I have heard his evaluation of you 6 brothers. I think that an elder brother who could make him not betray the saint sect during 300 years of torture must be someone worthy of respect. Snitch? Uffed. Senior Win, you are childish. Do you think that even if you ran to the first divine emissary and told him that the saint wanted to kill you, he would believe you? Or rather, would he believe you or me, the direct disciple of the divine master? Moreover, Ling Xiao had already made a plan. He had already informed the first divine emissary in the divine order that he would track down the great demon of southern border. Even if Ryu wanted to betray him, in the eyes of the first divine emissary, it was probably just a trap set by Ling Xiao. The first divine emissary's cultivation is unparalleled. He is the most powerful person in the Shenzhou after the divine master. How do you want to capture him? Ryu nodded indifferently. Even if Ling Xiao came from the upper world and had vast knowledge and experience, what was the use of it? This young man's cultivation was at most a divine lord. The moment he showed his intention, he would be instantly killed by the first divine emissary. Could it be that he had other helpers? Senior, you don't need to know this. Of course, killing the first divine emissary is easy, but capturing him will take some effort. I may be able to help the saint share some of the pressure. Ryu's eyes narrowed slightly and her expression returned to normal. As expected, killing the first divine emissary was easy. Ling Xiao must have some trump cards in his hands. As for what he said just now, it was probably just to show his attitude. She was afraid that once she showed a trace of hostility, she would not be able to leave Xuanxi Mountain alive. We'll talk about it later. When the time comes, if there is a need, I will think of a way to inform you. Ling Xiao waved his hand indifferently. Since I have completed Senior Saber Demon's task, Senior, goodbye. Wait a minute. Ryu frowned and pondered for a moment. Then she took out a voice transmission talisman and handed it to Ling Xiao. Saint, Miss Yi and I are old friends, so if there is a day, please inform me and I will contribute. Oh. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and seemed to be in a difficult position. The 6 demons asked to join the battle just like that? In fact, Ling Xiao had a helper called Hammer. If he wanted to kill the divine emissary, the 6 demons were the key. Don't you know how to play hard to get? If Ling Xiao showed too much eagerness, Ryu would definitely be suspicious. Only this kind of indifference and nonchalance could wear down his vigilance. In the end, when the 6 demons faced the first divine emissary, they realized what happened to the helper. How did we become the main cannon fodder? But it was too late. Senior, this trip is dangerous. Moreover, Qin-chan has been reincarnated. She is no longer the same person she was 300 years ago. Senior's action is meaningless. Ling Xiao shook his head. There was even a trace of hostility in his eyes. Seeing this, Wen Ruyu smiled bitterly. Even 300 years ago, miss, you only looked at me in the eye once. So, young master, you don't have to worry. I just want to return my freedom. This, Ling Xiao was silent for a moment. In the end, he kept the voice transmission talisman. All right, when the time comes, I will inform you. But before that, you'd better keep it a secret. With that, Ling Xiao did not hesitate anymore. He turned around and walked towards the peak of the mountain. All right, Senior, I personally sent Senior's saber demon into reincarnation. When Ling Xiao's figure was about to disappear, she said softly. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Wen Ruyu's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it dimmed down. This young man was honest. Chapter 669. What do you think of this young man? It was not until Ling Xiao's figure completely disappeared that another white-robed figure descended from the sky and appeared beside Wen Ryu. It was Sword Demon Jian Nanshan. That day, I saw this young man attack at the foot of Xuanxi Mountain. Sword Demon's eyes flickered with seriousness. He has mastered the Sword Dao. He's almost a monster. With Qin Chu's talent, he was taught by the 6 demons, and one of them was an alchemy demon who was good at alchemy. The 6 of them had almost tailor-made Qin Chu's growth trajectory. Elixirs, spiritual materials, cultivation techniques, divine powers, and the cultivation insights of the 6 god emperors. Qin Chu's achievements could be said to be top-notch among the younger generation. However, Jian Nanshan inexplicably felt that if Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, he only needed 1 sword strike. Was he from the upper realm? He wondered if Chu could form a good relationship with this person and obtain a chance of ascending to the upper realm. Sigh, what a pity. If Chu was a woman, how likely do you think his words are? When Ryu seemed to be asking Sword Demon, but also seemed to be asking himself. With the level of his soul, if Ling Xiao lied, his mind would definitely ripple and not escape his senses. However, from the beginning to the end, the young man's soul remained calm and did not ripple at all. Whether it's trustworthy or not, we'll know when we make a trip to the eastern border. Big brother, you just need to wait and see. I'll make a trip to the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect. If what Ling Xiao said was true, Yi Qing-chan would definitely leave clues behind when he placed her in this sect. Although the southern border was thousands of miles away from the eastern border, with Sword Demon's cultivation level, it would only take him 10 days to travel back and forth. At that time, everything would be clear. Okay, when Ryu nodded, turned around and disappeared. With Ling Xiao's character, Chu should not be in too much danger with him, just like Sword Demon. When Ryu also hoped that Qin Chu could stand side by side with Ling Xiao and stand at the peak of the world. This way, the guilt in his heart would lessen a little. In the realm, Ling Xiao calmly looked at Xionghuan and the myriad ghost mountain lord. At this moment, almost all of the bones in this demon sect leader's body were shattered. His expression was desolate, and there was even a hint of lethargy in him. As for Xionghuan, there were some minor injuries on his body. It was obvious that there had been a fierce battle between the 2 of them. You are... Gujin glared at Ling Xiao with a venomous expression, a trace of doubt in his eyes. Why did this young man's figure look so familiar? It was him. It was the Holy Sun. That's not right. Why would the Holy Sun appear here? And he seemed to be in cahoots with the great demon that had captured him. In today's battle at Immortal Mystic Sect, the 4 great demon sects could be said to have suffered disastrous losses. Not only did the 2 devil sect masters lose their lives, Oh, I think they were killed by me. However, the situation was urgent at that time, and I was also trying to protect the remaining demon sect disciples. However, if Gu Zhen's memory served him right, the great demon who had captured him had appeared at the very beginning before disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the end, it had appeared to save Qin Qingshan. Where did this guy come from? He looked like a demon, but what he did was not a demon. Tell me he is not a demon. He actually shattered all of my bones in order to capture me just now. Is this something that someone from the righteous Tao can do? F***CK. I'll give you two options. Submit or die. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was gentle, but his words made Gu Zhen's heart turn cold. If he was at his peak, he might not have been captured by Xiong Huan. He might not be able to defeat Xiong Huan in a fight, but he was good at running away. However, he was severely injured now. He was like a fish on the chopping board. What choice did he have? I can submit, but I have a condition. The scene of Er's death was still engraved in his heart. That was right. He owed this daughter a lot. Gu Zhen was a ruthless person. In order to survive, he even abandoned his wife. However, he felt guilty toward Gu Xie. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? Ling Xiao shook his head and chuckled. Humans never knew how to be satisfied. The reason why he spared Gu Zhen's life was because he wanted to use his power in Southern Border to unify the demon Tao in Southern Border. At the same time, he could be Qin Qingshan's guide. However, without him, Ling Xiao could still unify the demon Tao. The condition was based on the division of benefits between people of the same status. Obviously, Gu Zhen was not qualified. I'll submit. However, I promise to find Qin Qingshan. I hope you can fulfill my wish and not hurt him. Also, return Er's body to me. Gu Zhen saw Xiong Huan take Qin Qingshan and Gu Er's bodies away. However, Ling Xiao showed a gentle smile when he heard that. Mountain Lord Gu Zhen, you think too much. Why would I hurt Qin Qingshan? Not only will I not hurt him, but I will also think of a way to save Gu Er. What? Gu Zhen's heart trembled. He looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Save Gu Er? Er had burned her divine soul, and her body was penetrated by the sword intent. How could she still be alive? However, at the same time, Gu Zhen inexplicably felt a sliver of hope in his heart. The world was vast and monsters were everywhere. Even the saint of the sacred sect could unify the demon Tao. What was impossible? Open your divine soul, Ling Xiao said coldly. Gu Zhen did not dare to hesitate. He dispersed his divine sense and opened his soul sea, allowing Ling Xiao's divine soul to enter the palace and turn into an ancient seal. From today onwards, you will unify the demon Tao in Southern Border. Then you will listen to my command. Ling Xiao casually tossed a pill to Gu Zhen. Send him back? Yes, my lord. Xiong Huan picked up Gu Zhen and disappeared. Ling Xiao could not bring someone back to life. After all, the 9 transformations soul return pill was too rare. Even the system did not have it. However, as long as there was hope, people would be manipulated. Some people were more useful dead than alive. Ling Xiao smiled, and his figure disappeared as well. Now that he was a divine king, it was time for him to go to the 5th level of the Glaze Ancient Pagoda. However, he did not know who the demon Tao in the 5th level was. Buzz. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in the ancient pagoda. The 5 layers of barriers were no longer able to obstruct his steps. Beside him, Xueying and Xingxin stood quietly. Both of them had made breakthroughs in their cultivation recently, especially Xueying. With the help of countless pills given by Ling Xiao, he had reached the 7th grade Divine King realm. As for Xingxin, his demonic servant, he had reached the threshold of the 6th grade Divine Emperor realm. No matter what kind of great demon was sealed in the 5th level, it would not exceed the setting of this realm. Ling Xiao thought that it was most likely still in the Divine King realm. After all, Wu Nia on the third level was only a third-grade divine king. If there was no demon on the fourth level, then the ninth-grade divine king realm? Boom! However, when Ling Xiao and the other two appeared in the fifth level, their eyes narrowed. At this moment, the ancient pagoda was filled with lines. That's right, they were lines that counted time. 1, 2, 3, endless lines. They almost filled up the entire fifth level. Chapter 670. This is Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. Is this demon calculating the time? There must be at least 100,000 white lines in the sky, right? What the F asterisk CK? I've checked in here for 300 years. Moreover, the demon on the fifth floor didn't seem to be suppressed by the ancient pagoda. It was just imprisoned. Since the beginning, Ling Xiao had seen Tianming of the Monster Clan and the successor of the Ghost Clan. However, he had never seen Tianming of the Demon Clan. Could it be that he was going to see it today? My lord, something is wrong. Stacked Shadow's expression was solemn as he stood in front of Ling Xiao and frowned. Ling Xiao also sensed that there was no fluctuation of demonic aura on the fifth floor of the ancient pagoda. There was only a faint trace of vitality spreading from the center of the pagoda. However, that trace of vitality was extremely weak, as if it could be extinguished at any time. However, it didn't seem to be from the demon clan. It seemed more like a human. Could it be another human cultivator who had fallen into the demonic path? It was only when Ling Xiao and the other two walked up to the figure prostrating on the ground that they realized he looked extremely young. However, his body was withered like a skeleton and emitted a foul smell. 8th grade Divine King, Tao of Time. 5,000 Providence points. What the F asterisk CK? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he was somewhat shocked. The Tao of Time was one of the more mysterious ones among the 3,000 great Taos. Moreover, he could still have 5,000 Providence points despite being imprisoned here. This young man wasn't simple. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that he was a divine king and had comprehended the Tao of Time. Even if he was imprisoned in the ancient pagoda, he shouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Judging from the young man's appearance, he seemed to have been sucked dry of his blood essence. Wait, this foul smell. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He was a dignified divine king. His vitality was at its peak, and he had not been sealed. How could he be reduced to a state of being as thin as a match? Unless he, a weirdo. There was a weirdo sealed in the glazed ancient pagoda. Moreover, every time Ling Xiao appeared in the glazed ancient pagoda, Feng Ling would immediately appear to watch the show. But this time she did not appear. Clearly, she was also extremely annoyed by this young man. Hey! Ling Xiao lifted his leg and ruthlessly kicked the young man. The Time Tao law was very fragrant. He was even secretly planning how to rob this young man clean. But before that, he still had to figure out this person's background. Only then would he be able to find the right medicine and unleash all of his potential. The young man let out a soft groan and opened his eyes in confusion. In the next moment, his eyes flashed with excitement. Yi Qingchan, you finally remembered me. 400 years. Can't you just give me a quick death? However, just as he struggled to stand up and looked at the three unfamiliar figures in front of him, the excitement on his face instantly froze. You're not Yi Qingchan? At this moment, his eyes clearly flashed with a hint of hesitation. Then, under Ling Xiao's slightly surprised gaze, his expression turned ferocious. Ha 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 ha! The heavens have not forsaken me! Yi Qingchan, you heartless woman! When I get out of the pagoda, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. In Xiaobo's opinion, since it was not Yi Qingchan who came, the glazed ancient pagoda was most likely in the hands of someone else. But this pagoda was Yi Qingchan's life treasure. It was impossible that she would give it to someone else so easily. In this case, there was only one possibility. Yi Qingchan had been killed. If someone could kill Yi Qingchan, it would be easy for them to kill him. Brothers, don't kill me. I can disguise myself as whatever you want me to. I'm on your side. Looking at the angry young man in front of him, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Many doubts arose in his heart. Xiaobo? This name was in line with the character of the Chosen One. However, this Chosen One changed his attitude too quickly, didn't he? When he mentioned Yi Qingchan just now, he looked so emotional that he shed tears. The moment he turned around and saw him, he started cursing again. Was he a fence-sitter? Of course. Ling Xiao understood from Xiaobo's words. He was suppressed in the ancient pagoda by Yi Qingchan. However, how did this pagoda have anything to do with Yi Qingchan? Wasn't this ancient treasure left behind by Yi Fan's mother? Yi Fan. Suddenly, some images appeared in front of Ling Xiao's eyes, but they were blurry and illusory. Previously, he had learned some of Bai Jiro's experiences from Bai Jishi. This eldest princess of the nine-tailed clan offended the Divine Master and was expelled from the Holy Church. Later, she was trapped in the ancestral land of Green Hills. But which Divine Master did she offend? How did she descend to the lower realm and give birth to Yi Fan? With the Divine Master's temperament now, if Baijiro really offended him, would she still be alive? That day, Baijishi sent a message saying that Baijiro asked her to descend to the lower realm to kill Yi Fan. The only explanation Ling Xiao could think of was that Baijiro didn't want this ancient pagoda to appear in the world. Perhaps this was the reason why she was still alive. Now the Divine Master was also looking for this ancient pagoda. But if this pagoda was Yi Qingchan's natal magic treasure, then Baijiro must have a very close relationship with her. They might be mortal enemies or close friends. And Yi Fan and Yi Qingchan were from the same clan in this world. His existence, wasn't it too much of a coincidence? Was all of this caused by fate, or was it deliberately arranged by someone? Interesting. It was getting more and more complicated. A big net had been unfolded from the moment the first thread was tied. Everyone was a chess piece. But behind all this, who was the one playing the game? No wonder Feng Ling had an inexplicable sense of annoyance towards Yi Qingchan from the beginning. At first, Ling Xiao thought it was just Feng Ling's temperament, but now it seemed that it was related to the origin of this pagoda. But it was also true. The lower one's origin, the more karma one had, and the higher one's future achievements would be. Yi Qingchan was originally the destiny of the lower realm. As her identity was gradually revealed, it must be extremely terrifying. And now, it seemed that the eldest princess of the nine-tailed clan was also hiding some shocking secrets. You want to kill Yi Qingchan? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and his expression was somewhat mocking. Xiao Pao's expression froze again. Actually, I don't have to kill her. It mainly depends on this big brother's intentions. Yi Qingchan is my master's concubine. If you want to kill her, are you going to become my master's enemy? Folded Shadow snorted coldly and took a step forward, about to rush towards Xiao Pao. Wait a minute. Xiao Pao shouted angrily. Folded Shadow's expression turned cold, as if he was facing a great enemy. I knew it. I deserve it. I was delusional and arrogant. With my status, how would I dare to look at Miss Yi? Only young master. Oh, looking at young master's age, you should be a few hundred years younger than me. How about I call you Big Brother? Only a peerlessly handsome man like Big Brother with an elegant temperament would be a good match for Miss Yi. I am guilty. I am guilty. Big Brother, please punish me. Folded Shadow seemed to be somewhat confused when he heard this. This person's skin was really shockingly thick. But should he kill him or not? Who are you? Why are you being suppressed here by Yi Qingchan? And Yi Qingchan, who is she? At this moment, Ling Xiao still had many doubts in his heart. If Yi Qing-chan was really a divine master, why would she spend so much effort to suppress a divine king out here? Wouldn't it be better to just wave her hand and kill him? Moreover, although Xiao Pao was a divine master, Yi Qing-chan was also a divine master. Even 400 years ago, with Yi Qing-chan's methods, it shouldn't be difficult to kill him. Ling Xiao felt that there were only two possibilities as to why he was still alive. Either Xiao Pao had a terrifying background and killing him would be troublesome, or Yi Qing-chan didn't want to kill him at all. She just wanted to punish him and met with an unforeseen event. Big brother? You. For the first time, Xiao Pao was stunned. That shouldn't be. She was already a concubine, and this person in front of him didn't know who Yi Qing-chan was. Wait a minute. This person looked very unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. Moreover, with Yi Qing-chan's temper, how could she be a concubine? Oh no, it's a feeling of confusion. He interrupted my train of thought, and I didn't know how to lick him next. Damn. Chapter 671. You're not going to tell me? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Xiao Bo's withered face. Xiao Bo was shocked out of his daze. No. Big brother, give me some time to organize my words. After all, I've been suppressed for 400 years. My brain can't work anymore. Xiao Bo shook his head and answered Ling Zhao's question. Big brother, my name is Xiao Bo. I am an 8th grade divine king. I'm male and I like girls. I'm good with swords. Nice to meet you. Get to the point. Ling Xiao frowned. Is this guy a chatterbox? Yes. I'm the young master of the Xiao clan in the Azure world. I'm just a bastard. When I met Miss Qing-chan, I was attracted by her talent and beauty. So, I took a second look at her. I didn't expect her to suppress me in her natal treasure. Woo-woo. Xiao Bo's eyes were filled with pain. When he remembered that Yi Qing-chan was Ling Zhao's concubine, the pain disappeared. Sigh, who hasn't been young and frivolous? Now that I think about it, I was so arrogant. I didn't know my place and dared to look at Miss Qing-chan. Cut the crap. Ling Xiao snorted. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Bo had 5,000 Providence points, he would have killed him. However, he was suppressed for 400 years just because he took a second look at you in the crowd. Qing-chan, you're so domineering. Of course. Ling Xiao didn't believe all of Xiao Bo's words. However, given Yi Qing-chan's personality, he would have died long ago if he really did something. Yes. As for Miss Qing-chan, she's a bastard from the Foliaceae. However, she's very talented and is favored by the ancestors of the Foliaceae. Xiao Bo shrunk his neck and quickly returned to the topic. They're both bastards. It's fitting that they're born with the mandate of heaven. Ling Xiao pondered. It seemed that Yi Luoyan was right. The Foliaceae were one of the great clans of the upper realm, and the Shenzhou was just a cage that the Foliaceae were responsible for guarding. However, if Yi Qing-chan was the previous divine master and was executed for making a mistake, then how could the Foliaceae send someone with a different surname to lead the Holy Church? It was unreasonable and illogical. After all, according to Yi Luoyan, the immortals attached great importance to this cage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have assigned the Foliaceae, who had outstanding military achievements, to guard this place. The only possibility was that the current divine master was not a member of the Foliaceae. As for Yi Qing-chan, it was because of him that she entered the cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps the Foliaceae did not know about this. Therefore, now that Yi Qing-chan had been reborn, the divine master did not hesitate to send the 4 divine envoys into the border to search for her. Calculating the time, the day when the Lord of God handed over the authority of the Holy Church to Meng Yuan seemed to be not long after Yi Qing-chan left. However, it seemed that there was a story behind Yi Qing-chan's destiny and when she descended to the lower realm to become the guardian of this cage. The woman of destiny had been framed and reduced to a prisoner? Of course, this was probably not something that Xiao Popper would know. According to the time when he was suppressed, Yi Qing-chan should still be in the Azure world at that time. However, Who was the current divine master? The shackles of heaven and earth could not be broken. So how did he break through the shackles and kill Yi Qingqian, who was already in the venerable state at that time? Slaughtering demons, searching for demons, deceiving the world. Originally, Ling Xiao thought that the divine master of the Holy Church was a person from the upper realm who raised living beings in captivity to strengthen himself. Even the technique he cultivated was somewhat similar to the sky demon scripture. 300 years ago, he killed Yi Qingqian and the previous successor of the sky demon and obtained part of the sky demon's inheritance, especially when Yi Luoyun, an ancestor of the Foliaceae, was greedy for the sky demon's body, let alone a powerhouse of the Foliaceae who guarded this place. But now it seemed that this guess was wrong. The innate intelligence in Yi Qingqian's body was obviously very hostile to the sky demon. This meant that she did not collude with the demon. Or perhaps the one who killed her was the demon? Suddenly, the fog in Ling Xiao's heart seemed to disperse a little. A blurry demon figure stood in the sky, overlooking the world. No wonder the destined people he met had the ultimate goal of destroying the Holy Church. From the looks of it, the setting of the Divine Master was the true villain of this world. These were details. What is the status of the Shao clan and the Foliaceae in the Azure world? Ling Xiao took a deep breath. His question was unnecessary. Even a fool would know that the Yi and Shao clans were the Xuanhuan overlord clans. It was obvious that these two clans were also giants in the upper realm. Haha, big brother, I'm not bragging. There are countless sects and ancient clans in the Azure world, but the Shao clan is a vassal of the immortal clan. We live as long as the heavens and enjoy eternal glory. The Foliaceae are just a little bit worse than the Shao clan. Xiao Po's face flashed with pride. Although he was not clear about Ling Xiao's background, it seemed that he was not familiar with the Azure world. Could it be that he was a demon from a hidden ancient sect? Who cares? I'll first intimidate him and then give him some respect. Then I can leave this pagoda today. 400 years. If not for Xiao Po's extraordinary talent and accidentally comprehending the Tao of time during these 400 years of loneliness, he would have died from exhaustion. Oh, so you're a vassal of the immortal clan. Ling Xiao nodded, but there was a hint of evil in the depths of his eyes. Then, under Xiao Ping's dumbstruck gaze, monstrous, devilish intent suddenly surged from the youth that was originally gentle like jade, and it transformed into a 300 m tall, devilish figure. F*CK. At this moment, Xiao Pao only felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet, reaching his head in the blink of an eye. His body, which was already empty and weak, suddenly became paralyzed. Beat. The destined child is in despair and feels that he is about to be killed. Congratulations, host, for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Immortals, you should die. Ling Xiao reached out his palm and was about to suppress Xiaopa. Of course, Ling Xiao did not really want to kill this destined child. Although this guy was a little talkative, he was still the destined child of the upper realm and had the Shao clan behind him. Ling Xiao would step into the upper realm sooner or later. With him leading the way, he might be able to avoid a lot of trouble. In the lower realm, Ling Xiao still had the Ling people to rely on at the start. But once in the upper realm, it seemed like the first wife was there. In short, who would complain about having too much power in their hands? As for Xiao Po's identity, the Tao of time was rarely seen. As long as the Shao clan was not stupid, they would definitely value Xiaopa. Moreover, even if Xiaopa met with obstacles, there was still Ling Xiao, his good big brother, right? Today, as long as he could make Xiaopa submit, it would be a great help to Ling Xiao's immortal path in the future. To kill or not to kill was not a preference, but a decision made after weighing the pros and cons. Villains might not be bloodthirsty, but they would definitely put benefits above all. Big brother, please give me another chance. Xiao Po's thin and weak body seemed extremely small in front of Ling Xiao's demon body. However, at this moment, There was a look of determination in his eyes. What immortal clan and devil clan? The grudges of these people at the peak of the world have nothing to do with me. Now that he had been suppressed for 400 years, the Shao clan did not look for him. They probably thought that he was dead. If I join the enemy now, no one should know, right? In 400 years, how many demons and geniuses have returned to the earth and turned into bones? Shao was not a direct descendant of the Shao clan and had been ridiculed since he was young. His feelings for the Shao clan were not as strong as he showed. His words and actions just now were just to raise his status. However, now it seemed that he had outsmarted himself. What else do you have to say? The demonic aura outside Ling Zhao's body turned into a sea, almost filling the entire ancient pagoda. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to attack Shao Pa. He just looked at him coldly. What did a chosen one who had been suppressed for 400 years desire the most? Of course, it was women. No, it was freedom. As for his identity and whatnot, it was really insignificant. As long as he could intimidate him today and grant him freedom. Ling Zhao felt that with Shao Po's temperament, it might not be impossible for him to acknowledge him as his father. No matter how arrogant the chosen one was after being suppressed for 400 years, his Dao heart would have been destroyed long ago. Time Dao Law. Wasn't this tool good enough? Chapter 672. Big Brother. I was born of a concubine of the Shao clan and was bullied since I was young. In the past 400 years, I thought hard and finally figured out one thing. Shao took a deep breath and put his hands behind his back, exuding a desolate aura. The sadness on his body did not seem to be fake. He clearly hated the Shao clan. As long as one's cultivation is strong enough, they will be valued. Immortals, ghosts, and demons, what's the difference? I don't want to stay in the immortal clan. The Azure world was the orthodox human race. However, there were many races in the millions of miles of mountains and rivers. However, most of these races had surrendered to the immortal clan and were struggling at death's door. Therefore, even though Ling Zhao's demonic body was extremely terrifying, Shao Popper did not associate it with the word heavenly demon. After all, the sky demon was a taboo in the 9 heavens. There were rumors in the Xingzhou because of the sky demon descendant that appeared 300 years ago and was publicized by the saint. However, in the upper world, there were only a handful of people who dared to mention the sky demon, let alone see it. Perhaps in Shao Po's eyes, Ling Zhao was just a demon remnant who hid in the ancient realm. If he surrendered to him, he would at most bear the name of a demon. There was nothing wrong with that. The Demon Clan and Demon Clan were big clans in the 9 heavens, and their traces were everywhere. How could they kill them all? Moreover, in the Azure world, ghosts and demons ran rampant, but no powerful immortals came to kill them. After all, the immortal clan was the ruler of the world, but did not mean that the other clans were loyal. Once the immortal clan went overboard, it would inevitably lead to a new round of 9 heavens conquest. Surviving and walking out of the ancient pagoda was the obsession of the Shao clan's destiny. For 100 years, if not for the Tao of time, Shao Pa would have become a weathered old man. He almost reached the end of his life. F***CK. Now he was no longer thinking about the peak of the immortal realm. He only wanted to regain his freedom and enjoy his time. Big Brother, today, I am willing to surrender to you and become a member of the Demon Clan. I will bring glory to the Demon Clan. Shao Po's eyes were burning, and his tone was sincere. However, there was no notification from the system. Oh! Ling Zhao's eyes were cold, and there was a hint of mockery in his expression. Since you want to submit to me, open up your soul sea and let me plant a soul imprint on you. Then you will become my servant. This isn't too good, right? Poverty Shao was clearly hesitant. I want to acknowledge you as my big brother, but you want to take me in as a servant? The soul seal was truly evil. Only those bastards from the Ghost Clan would use it. However, if he disobeyed Ling Zhao today, he would most likely die. Haha. Since Big Brother doesn't trust me, Then I'll open my soul C and dedicate my life to Big Brother. F***CK. What can I do? Since there was no way to resist, it was only natural to surrender in the most submissive manner. Buzz. As the soul light in Ling Zhao's eyes flickered, a wisp of divine sense instantly fell into Xiao Pu's sea of soul. It transformed into a demonic sound and disappeared. Ling Xiao is my master. Master's orders must be obeyed. Poverty Zhao's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. At this time, he already had a hint of submission when he looked at Ling Xiao again. 5,000 providence. Of course. Ling Xiao would not let this fat piece of meat escape for nothing. Although the effect of the soul inscription was slow, it did not affect providence. This poverty Xiao would still be of great use in the future. Before that, he would be raised freely in the realm like a pig. There would not be any losses. Moreover, the most important thing was that poverty Xiao did not know about the soul inscription. He only thought that Ling Xiao had planted a soul imprint on him. Therefore, he naturally did not dare to have any thoughts of resistance. Moreover, although poverty Xiao was the upper realm's mandate in this realm, Ling Xiao could toy with him however he wanted. Time Dao Law. Could poverty Xiao change the flow of time in the realm if he used his full strength? Let's go. Ling Xiao waved his hand and removed the seal in the glazed ancient pagoda. Everyone instantly appeared in the realm. However, in the next instant, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. At this moment, the sea of spirit energy suddenly gathered around poverty Xiao, turning into a whirlpool that connected heaven and earth. In a short moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Tribulation lightning descended from the sky and wreaked havoc in the void. He broke through just like that. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed. He and folded shadow retreated far away and coldly looked at the figure shrouded in thunderclouds. Actually, there was nothing to be surprised about. Poverty Xiao had been suppressed for 400 years and had long accumulated enough Tao comprehension. However, there was no spirit energy in the glazed ancient pagoda and could not be used for cultivation. Now, in this realm, 10 meridians had turned into a formation. The density of spirit energy could be said to be terrifying. Poverty Xiao had just come out of the ancient pagoda and his body was weak. With this great nourishment, the breakthrough was a matter of course. However, Poverty Zhao's body was extremely weak now. After all, he had been beaten for 400 years. The reason he did not die was most likely because of his providence. However, looking at the power of the tribulation lightning, Poverty Xiao would not die, but he would most likely suffer some torture. Of course, with Ling Zhao's means, he could completely help him survive this tribulation. However, why should I help him? When he is crippled, I will give him a pill to eat. Won't that show that I am magnanimous and benevolent? Boom! Boom! The tribulation lightning fell from the sky and smashed Poverty Zhao's figure from the sky. Faintly, a thick smell of blood filled the air. With Poverty Zhao's small body, it surprised Ling Xiao that he could bleed from the lightning. It was only when the sun shone in the sky that the boundless thunderclouds dissipated. Ling Zhao's figure descended from the sky and landed beside Poverty Xiao. His eyes narrowed again. At that moment, Poverty Xiao no longer looked like a skeleton. His entire body was like a roasted pig. It turned out that this fellow was actually a fatty who weighed about 100 kilograms, now that he had walked out of the ancient pagoda and swallowed the spirit energy. His entire body seemed to have been filled with air and returned to his original appearance. However, Poverty Zhao's aura was still extremely weak and withered. His body was covered in blood, and he looked a little miserable. First stage Divine Emperor, 6,000 providence points. As expected of the upper world's destiny. As soon as he appeared, he was already one stage stronger than most of the people in this world. Moreover, he had been suppressed for 400 years. Wait a minute. After being suppressed for 400 years, he comprehended the supreme Tao law and returned overnight? This plot seems a little familiar. My sister is actually living in a doghouse. Men, at Poverty Zhao's command, 100,000 strong cultivators descended from the sky, intimidating the world. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to have seen the template of Poverty Xiao. Eat the pill first, Lin Feng said. Ling Xiao casually threw a 7th-grade spirit pill to Poverty Xiao. His expression was calm. Poverty Xiao stretched out his hand with difficulty and stuffed the pill into his mouth. In the next moment, a thick wave of spirit energy spread through his meridians, and the injuries on his body were rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This pill. Poverty Zhao's fat face trembled as he looked at Ling Xiao in shock. He did not expect this demon to be so sentimental. Ding, the child of destiny approves of the sky demon's character. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 Providence points and 5,000 villain points. Do you have a sister or something? Just as Poverty Zhao's eyes were filled with gratitude, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned and asked, Master, you are indeed a genius. You can even predict that I have a sister. F***CK. Ling Xiao sighed softly. As expected, there was no point in staying in the Xiao clan. According to the plot, Poverty Zhao's return was most likely to turn against the Xiao clan. However, now that Ling Xiao was here, the plot would probably go like this: Poverty Xiao, my sister is actually living in a doghouse. Men, 10,000 strong cultivators descended from the sky. One of them slapped Poverty Xiao and scolded him. You are so troublesome. Then they built a doghouse for Poverty Xiao and stuffed him inside? Ha! Everyone from the Xiao clan, are you satisfied with this greeting gift? If not, how about I help you kill this unfilial descendant? Chapter 673. And my lord, what's wrong? Xiao stood in front of Ling Xiao and felt a chill in his heart when he saw the sneer on the latter's face. He had acknowledged this big brother and planted the soul mark. Why did he still feel like he was going to die? Oh, it's nothing. Xiao, you'll follow Xingxin from now on and cultivate well. I'll call you if I need you. Ling Xiao smiled warmly. There was no trace of the demonic aura he had just now. Yes, but my lord, I think it's better for me to follow you. This way, you can order me around at any time. A sincere smile appeared on Xiao Po's face. What a joke! Yi Qingchan was a vicious and merciless woman. Moreover, she was his lord's concubine. What he did back then could not be considered honorable. Originally, when he passed by a celestial pond, he saw a figure in the pond and wanted to sneak over to take a look. However, he was caught red-handed by Yi Qingchan as soon as he arrived. Given this Foliacee's demonic temperament, she probably did not kill him on the spot out of respect for the Xiao clan. However, this woman's heart was ruthless enough to suppress him for 400 years. Xiao Po was afraid. He was really afraid that if Yi Qingchan saw him again, she would directly kill him. After all, 400 years had passed. With her talent, she should have reached the peak of the venerable state by now, right? All right, then you can stay by my side. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded with an indifferent expression. The earlier he could make this leak submit completely, the earlier he could share the providence on him. By then, even if he went to the upper realm and this Xiao Po was useless, he could just kill him and make friends with the Xiao clan. Then he could even take the Tao law in his body. The Tao law of time was very tempting. You've comprehended the Tao law of time, right? Ling Xiao looked up at the void. Although Xiao Pa had only comprehended the Tao law, it was better than nothing. If he could change the Tao law of time in this realm, it would be beneficial to everyone's cultivation. How could his lord see through this? Are you a god? Xiao Popper's mind trembled, and the reverence he had for Ling Xiao in his heart grew even stronger. Can you use the power of Tao laws to change the rules here? Well, it's not impossible. However, with my current strength, I can only change it slightly. Xiao Pong nodded, his eyes seeming somewhat deep. It was only at this moment that Ling Xiao saw the appearance of a man of destiny in him. Go ahead and give it a try. Yes. Xiao Ping took a deep breath, his figure suddenly rising into the air. There was a profound energy flowing slowly around his body, and it transformed into a myriad of threads that intertwined and formed a profound energy. Vaguely, the silhouette of a time formation appeared and stood tall in the sky. The entire realm fell silent for a moment. Ling Xiao only felt that the spiritual power flowing through his meridians had quietly slowed down at this moment. Master! Xiao Popper's figure descended from the sky, standing in front of Ling Xiao, his face faintly pale. This time formation can delay the time in this numinous treasure space for 2 hours. With Xiao Popper's strength, delaying it for 2 hours every day was already the limit. After all, time was the most irreversible power in the universe. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently, his face expressionless. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, his brows furrowed. Xiao Popper, your Xiao clan stands at the top of the Azure Sky World. Have you heard of the name of Gu Chaoxiai? Gu Chaoxiai? Xiao Popper frowned and shook his head slightly. I have not heard of Gu Chaoxiai, but everyone in the Azure Sky World knows of the Gu clan. Oh, this clan is even more powerful than the Xiao and Yi clans? Ling Xiao's interest was immediately piqued. It seemed that the first wife's background was truly terrifying. She had come to the lower world to train as a subsoul, and she could even carry 10,000 providence and comprehend ethereal Tao laws. Just how powerful was this chaotic, godly body? You can't say that. The Xiao and Yi clans are longevity ancient clans, while the Gu clan is in charge of the celestial dynasty. In terms of foundation, it is hard to say who is better, but the territory that the Gu clan occupies and the combat power that they control are incomparable to the ancient clans. Xiao Popper's eyes flashed with confusion. Why did this lord know nothing about the Azure Sky World? But the people he mentioned were all famous people in this world. Gu Chaoxiai. She sounded like a peerless woman. Could it be that lord was a sea king? Lustful. Oh, Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. Xiao Popper did not know about Gu Chaoxiai because he had been suppressed for too long. Xia Chen ascended 300 years ago and was stabbed in the waist by Saintess Qi Luo. According to this time period, Gu Chaoxiai should have become famous 300 years ago. However, he did not know whether the current empress of the celestial dynasty was called Gu Chaoxiai or Nian Qinyin. Just as Ling Xiao was pondering, Xiong Huan's figure suddenly appeared from the void and stood in front of him. F***CK. Xiao Popper trembled when he saw the burly demonic figure that was as huge as a small mountain. He almost peed on the spot. Have I fallen into a demon's den? This demon's cultivation did not seem very impressive. But what was with this demonic intent? Why did it make him feel like his mind was about to collapse? Lord, Qin Qingshan is awake. Xiong Huan bowed. Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed with a sinister light. Xiao Popper's role was in the Azure Sky World. Moreover, Chen Qingshan was undoubtedly the more important chess piece in the southern border. Let's go. Let's go visit this young disciple of the celestial mystic sect. Ling Xiao took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Xiao Popper only hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. No. Sire. A shrill scream echoed throughout the wilderness. In front of an ancient forest in the depths of the realm, Chen Qingshan's eyes were blood-red. He hugged the girl's corpse tightly and cried bitterly. Such a scene was truly tear-inducing and heart-wrenching. In order to set the atmosphere, Ling Xiao had specially arranged rain for him. It was drizzling and the sky was dark. The youth's desperate face was etched with a trace of bone-deep hatred. The cold wind was bone-piercing, but it could not compare to the heart-wrenching pain. In particular, his blood-red eyes were no longer clear. Instead, they were filled with a monstrous, demonic intent. It was obvious that Chen Qingshan was on the verge of turning into a demon. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps suddenly came from afar. Chen Qingshan subconsciously tightened his grip on the golden rod in his hand. Then he raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The saint of the sacred sect. However, he did not feel a trace of panic at this moment. To him, death was a form of relief. Junior brother Qingshan. Ling Zhao's body was covered in a mysterious glow, blocking the drizzle 3 feet away. Dense fog lingered around his body, making him look like an immortal. Saint Chen Qingshan hugged Gu Xiai's corpse with one hand. His lips trembled, but he did not say anything in the end. Forget it. Everyone sees me as a demon. What's the point of explaining? If I'm a demon, can Xiai come back to life? If that's the case, what's wrong with turning into a demon? Do it. Chen Qingshan put down the golden rod in his hand and gently smoothed Gu Xiai's messy hair. His eyes were filled with a gentle death intent. I can help you save her. Ling Zhao's eyes were clear. His words made Chen Qingshan's heart tremble. Endless, demonic light flickered around him. Even the golden rod in his hand faintly emitted a bloodthirsty glow. The sky changed color, and the stars and moon lost their brilliance. It was as if a great demon had suddenly descended upon the world. Chapter 674. What? After a long while, Chen Qingshan finally recovered from his shock. He looked at Ling Zhao blankly, his lips trembling. Is what the saint said true? His voice was extremely hoarse, but there was a hint of hope in it. I've heard of a type of pill that can revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. However, the spiritual materials required to concoct this pill are extremely rare and rare. I'm afraid it won't be a simple process to concoct the pill. Ling Zhao's expression was calm as he raised his head to look at the sky. His Taoist rhyme was leisurely, and there was a sense of transcendence. Saint, as long as you can save Xiai, I'll do anything you ask me to. Chen Qingshan's originally pale face was suddenly suffused with a wisp of excitement. Humans would only resort to unscrupulous means when they were at their most desperate. At this moment, this immortal sect disciple no longer cared why Ling Zhao wanted to help him. He only wanted Gu Xiai to live. That way, he would be doomed eternally. He would not regret becoming a demon. That one look had become the deepest obsession in Chen Qingshan's heart. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Ling Zhao, on the other hand, was his only hope. Beep. The chosen one is moved and has the intention to submit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 luck points and 10,000 villain points. Hearing the system's notification, Ling Zhao was not surprised at all. Chen Qingshan's model was the perfect example of falling from the righteous path to the demonic path. In his eyes, there was no difference between an immortal and a demon. However, if he wanted to make him submit completely, he would have to start with Gu Xiai. The 9 revolutions, soul, return pill, was too rare. However, as long as he had Gu Xiai's corpse in his hands, Chen Qingshan would not dare to have any thoughts of betrayal. At that time, after using up all the light and heat, it would not be a bad idea to kill him. Ling Zhao stared at the golden rod in his hand with a playful gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. This spirit treasure of yours is really strange. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to control it. How about this? You can use this Tao sword first, and I'll help you control this evil treasure. With that, Ling Zhao casually took out a supreme-grade Tao sword and the soul-sucking ghost pearl from his cosmos bag and tossed them to Chen Qingshan. A trace of astonishment flashed across the latter's face. As Holy Son, although this staff of mine has the evil power of swallowing people's blood essence, how can it be comparable to 2 Tao artifacts? It's all right. You only need to remember that from today onwards, you're no longer a disciple of the immortal, profound sect. Instead, You are the young master of the 10,000 Ghost Mountain. Gu Xi's revival requires a very important medicinal ingredient. It requires the condensation of the divine souls of millions and millions of living beings. This blood bead can accumulate divine souls. Go and kill them. Ling Xiao shook his head. His tone was indifferent, but his words caused Chen Qingshan's expression to freeze once again. The divine souls of billions of living beings? This? How many people did he have to kill in order to save Xi'er's life? Suddenly, Chen Qingshan seemed to hesitate. As the Holy Sun, it was indeed inconvenient for Ling Xiao to do this. However, although he no longer had the obsession of being an immortal or a devil, wasn't it a little too cruel to slaughter all living beings? The battle for the path of Tao is originally a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As long as you abide by your heart and don't kill mortals, what harm is there? Back when the Holy Church ruled the world, didn't they also kill 100,000 demonic disciples? Moreover, if you don't kill them now, will the world let you go? I have given you a chance. Whether you do it or not, it is up to you to decide. Ling Xiao kept the golden staff and placed Gu Xi's corpse into the glazed ancient pagoda. Then he turned around and walked towards the distant mountain. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it medicine. The soul-sucking ghost pearl contained the divine soul imprint that he had placed. It was impossible for Chen Qingshan to break it. The soul-sucking ghost pearl was given to him as a container. It was also a test. As for whether Chen Qingshan would be killed by others, Ling Xiao guessed that there was an 80% chance that he would not be killed. Moreover, he had other arrangements, just in case. Beside Ling Xiao, Xiao Po's eyes narrowed. Although he felt a chill in his heart, he did not dare to say anything. To be honest, he did not feel that Ling Xiao's words were flawed. In the azure sky world, when sex attacked, hundreds of thousands of cultivators would die. This path of immortal cultivation was all about fighting. What one obtained through luck was thousands of dead bodies and a sea of blood. Killing people was also a form of cultivation. However, he suddenly felt a little lost. Did Yi Qingchan know this young man's true colors? A proud girl of the Foliaceae family had actually become a demonic concubine? In the Sky Hall, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. He looked indifferent. The main reason why he asked Chen Qingshan to kill people was that the soul-sucking ghost pearl could swallow a person's divine soul and store it in the pearl. Ling Xiao's soul palace also needed to swallow divine souls to cultivate. Back in the western border, Ling Xiao had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people on the battlefield. However, he did not have many chances to do so now. Hence, he needed a puppet to help him secretly collect divine souls. When the time came, he only needed to release the soul power in the pearl to nourish the soul palace. It would save time and energy, and he would not need to take any risks. The first divine envoy was still in the south region. Slaughtering living beings would inevitably attract the attention of the 9th grade divine emperor. Moreover, ever since Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Lord Dugu, he felt that this person's voice was a little familiar. The 1,000 Ghosts Mountain Master was now Ling Xiao's sole slave. With him following Ling Xiao, he could protect his life. Secondly, he could play a very good role as a leader. It was common for demonic sects to use cruel methods. This kind of thing was unfamiliar the first time, but familiar the second time. Now, Chen Qingshan's Tao heart had been shattered, and it had turned into a demonic heart. Shouldn't demonic sects kill all living beings for one person? After all, Gu Xi'er's corpse was in his hands. Even if Chen Qingshan still had a trace of righteousness in his heart, it would be destroyed in the endless slaughter. I said that I would try my best to save Gu Xi'er, but I did not say that I would definitely save her. I'm sorry. The process was very smooth, and the method was correct. However, she was too dead. Xiong Huan, do you recognize this metal? Ling Xiao took out the golden metal rod. Although it was a long rod, it was more accurate to call it a piece of divine metal in the shape of a rod. On the surface, there was nothing special about this metal. It looked like an ordinary metal. However, Ling Xiao saw with his own eyes that Chun Qingshan had used this metal to swallow the blood essence of a divine overlord expert. It was normal for a son of destiny to kill enemies of a higher realm. However, Chun Qingshan's leap was too big. Killing a divine overlord at the profound, clear stage? It did not mean that he could kill an emperor god after becoming a divine overlord. It was just that this piece of metal was very magical. This is, Xiong Huan furrowed his brows tightly. He reached out to touch the metal and his eyes suddenly narrowed. This is primordial black gold. Primordial black gold. Ling Xiao's eyes immediately revealed a hint of surprise. Anything that could be related to the ancient times was definitely rare treasure. However, Ling Xiao was even more confused now. How could there be so many treasures in this desolate place in the lower realm? He had met at least 20 sons of destiny, if not 1,000, right? Instinctively, Ling Xiao felt that there was a bigger secret in this world other than the Saint sect. That's right. Master, it is said that this primordial black gold was born from the primordial black gold's origin. It contains the purest primordial black gold's power. If a mortal body touches this metal, it will be refined into nothingness. Xiong Huan's expression was serious. Then he smiled and said, "However, Master, this metal is the best choice for refining Dharma treasures." Refining Dharma treasures? Ling Xiao smiled gently. No wonder. When he saw this metal for the first time, the treasures in his soul buzzed. It turned out that this divine metal was the most precious metal in the world. In other words, to spiritual treasures, this metal was like elixirs to cultivators. To Ling Xiao, the heavenly mandate was like chives and wolfberries to everyone. It was very nutritious. Chapter 675. It's a magical item. Ling Xiao sized up the golden meteoric iron in his hand. After pondering for a while, he kept it in his sea of soul. Although he did not know why the metal was no longer as powerful as before. According to Xiong Huan, the appearance of the metal must have shocked the Shirpatian and caused countless strange phenomena. However, Ling Xiao soon guessed the reason. The primordial mystic metal was Chun Qingshan's golden finger. Given the character of a destined person, the golden finger would be hidden and used at the end. Therefore, Chun Qingshan must have found it by accident when the metal was born and dripped a drop of his all-purpose blood essence on it. Therefore, the metal recognized its master. Although it looked ordinary on the surface, it could turn the situation around at the crucial moment. Moreover, when Chun Qingshan was injured by Qing Yu's halberd, the reason why the metal rod could heal his injuries was most likely because it had the special effect of drinking blood. It was very reasonable to drink someone's blood and then return it to its master. Don't ask me how I know. Brothers, I also guessed it. Regardless, the metal was a magical item. I wonder if the primordial demonic blade would have some changes after devouring it? Buzz. Ling Xiao's soul was suppressed by the primordial ancestral symbol. Not to mention the metal. Even a grand mist sacred treasure was enough to suppress it. However, perhaps it had sensed the terror of this place, but the metal actually blossomed with resplendent, profound light. However, before the light shone for too long, a pitch-black blade shadow suddenly descended from the sky. It emitted a boundless demonic aura and instantly enveloped the metal. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Ling Xiao did not appear again. Now, the leaks in the immortal mystic ancient sect had basically become his chess pieces. Next, he would wait for the right time and wait for them to use their last bit of strength before harvesting them gently. During this time, Chun Qingshan finally made up his mind and left the territory to go to the 1,000 Ghost Mountain. Ling Xiao guessed that since this young man had turned into a demon, cultivating the 1,000 Ghost Mountain, Lord's blood demon, swallowing heaven's technique would be like a fish in water. In that case, you swallow the blood, I collect the soul. Everyone would help each other. Why not? The situation in the southern border was going to be chaotic. Although Phoenix Rouge had made many mistakes in his calculations, he was right about one thing. The more chaotic the situation was, the more opportunities the villains would have. At the top of the seventh peak, in the bamboo garden, Phoenix Rouge stood with her hands clasped behind her back, looking a little tired. For 3 whole days, she did not leave the seventh summit, nor did she try to find out where Ling Xiao had gone. At this moment, her heart was already filled with helplessness. From the looks of it, whether it was Chen Qingshan or Ling Xiao, they were both destined. Otherwise, how could the two of them have survived after experiencing this turmoil? Chen Qingshan colluded with the Devil Gate and massacred the disciples of the immortal mystic immortal sect. He was killed by the sect master and master, but in the end he was still safe and sound. If it were any other villain, there wouldn't even be a speck of dust left. As for Ling Xiao, it was even clearer. She had already used the sky poison and injected it into the youth's mouth. But he was completely unharmed. If it weren't for the mandate of heaven, how could he resist the incurable poison in this world? In other words, if the heavenly poison's power was so weak, how could the heavenly poison saint physique be tolerated by the world? Moreover, one thing that made Phoenix Rouge even more certain was that Ling Xiao would definitely be the end of her plot. A son of destiny who was born to counter the sky poison? Wasn't this set up to kill her, the villain? In the end, I still can't escape. There was no place for her to stay in the thousands of miles of southern border. Now, the crime of Chen Qingshan colluding with the demon sect had been confirmed. Although Phoenix Rouge and Su Yunzi had made contributions in resisting the demon sect, they were more or less guilty of neglecting their discipline. The reason why the sect had not punished them now was because the Sea Clan was coming. Once the Battle of the Heavenly Lake was over, Su Yunzi and she would probably be punished. Now, the entire seventh summit had become a prison under the strict supervision of the sect. If Phoenix Rouge escaped now, she would immediately be accused of having a guilty conscience and colluding with the demon sect. At that time, she would never be able to make a name for herself. However, she could neither leave nor stay. This seemed to be a dead end. As expected of me. A villain. No matter how cautious and scheming I am, I will still die in the end. Forget it. Since things have come to this, she could only take one step at a time. She definitely could not enter the Heavenly Lake. She could only try her best to put on a good show tomorrow. Stay away from Ling Xiao. Everyone must remember. At this moment, Phoenix Rouge had never felt so tired before. On the 4th day, the sky had just brightened. Spiritual light suddenly scattered down from the sky above the immortal mystic sect. A terrifying sound of heavenly thunder resounded from the dome. Spiritual energy turned into a sea and engulfed the immortal mountain. Even the broken ancient trees and flowers in the mountain bloomed with vitality at this moment. Countless immortal mystic sect disciples woke up from their cultivation and raised their heads to look in the direction of the mountain peak. At this moment, a rainbow-colored, auspicious cloud fell from the sky. There seemed to be a phenomenon within it. Divine, trees broke out of the ground and immortal flowers bloomed. It was indescribably mysterious and breathtaking. The Heavenly Lake. This supreme creation that gathered the southern border's providence had finally completely appeared today. This also meant that the Sea Clan's people would descend on the immortal mystic ancient sect to compete for the final spot. Buzz! Between heaven and earth, a fishy wind suddenly blew, and the smell of blood filled the air. The longing on the faces of the immortal mystic sect disciples instantly froze. One after another, demonic silhouettes appeared in the blue sky. A majestic and ferocious aura covered the sky, almost completely suppressing the spiritual aura of the Heavenly Lake. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 10 demonic figures. They were all strange. Behind each of the 10 demonic figures stood a young man. At the top of the immortal mystic mountain Sect Master Hellion leaned on a peach tree with a solemn expression. At this moment, the injuries on his body had not healed, and he was more cautious in his heart. If these 10 Sea Clan demons took the opportunity to attack, the immortal mystic sect would be in danger today. However, fortunately, the first divine envoy was still in the southern border. Presumably, these Sea Clan elites would not dare to be too presumptuous, different from the 1,000 Ghost Mountain and the other demon sects. Although the Sea Clan had always been enemies with the human race, there had never been any major conflicts. However, the Gone Sky Demon sect was destroyed by the Saint sect. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. Therefore, compared to the unscrupulous Gu Jin and the others, although the Sea Clan was more rampant, they had a bottom line. Ha 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 ha. I haven't seen the immortal mystic sect for 100 years. How did it become like this? Even the main hall of the sect has been demolished? A Sea Clan elite sneered, causing the demons to roar with laughter. Haha, everyone, since you're here, why don't you come down and meet us? Hellion Shan's expression did not change, and the aura around him was extremely vigorous. It was obvious that he did not want these Sea Clan members to see his injuries. Behind him, the Peak Master's expressions were cold, and there was a hint of anger between their brows. In every battle for the heavenly pool, the human race was always the weaker party. Occasionally, there would be one person who could obtain the qualifications, and that was already considered lucky. As for those Sea Clan elites, they were even more ruthless. In every battle, they would fight to the death. However, this time with Saint Ling Xiao here, it was time for the Sea Clan to pay a price. Haha. Sect Master Hellion, I think that we should forget about today's battle. Every time, your human race elites are either dead or crippled. You're making it seem like the Sea Clan is bullying you. Why don't you just give these 10 people to us? It will save you a lot of trouble. 10 demonic figures descended from the sky and landed in front of the crowd, transforming into human figures. Behind the 10 of them, there were 10 young men and women who looked disdainful and arrogant. Chapter 676. Elder Sha Yin still likes to joke. Hellion Shan shook his head and smiled. Although his expression was gentle, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. In front of him, a dark-skinned, bald old man laughed loudly. Suddenly, there was a wave of spiritual power around him. A blood-colored shark shadow appeared out of thin air and pressed down on Hellion Shan's head. The void instantly shattered, and endless Tao runes formed heaven and earth. Faintly, the immortal sect disciples felt a gust of wind blowing towards them. It was like a demon's giant mouth that wanted to swallow the sky. It's been 100 years. Let me see if Sect Master Hellion's cultivation has improved. The news of the demonic sect attacking the immortal sect had already spread throughout the sea region. It was said that the 4 demonic sects came together and killed hundreds of immortal sect disciples. Hellion Shan did not hesitate to activate the sect protection formation in order to kill the demons and get through the crisis. Of course, with the strength of the few Sea Clans, they definitely did not dare to destroy the immortal sect and provoke the holy sect. However, testing Hellion Shan's strength and humiliating the leader of the southern border's righteous path was also a very joyful thing. Elder Sha Yin, you're still so arrogant. Hellion Shan smiled indifferently. He extended the peach branch in his hand and lightly tapped on the demon's shadow. In an instant, a ray of clear light appeared and evolved into thousands of spiritual runes. The ferocious demon's shadow only lasted for an instant before it completely shattered and dissipated into the wind. Hellion Shan was an 8th stage martial emperor, the strongest human in the southern border. Sha Yin was only an elder of the Blood Shark clan, a 7th stage martial emperor. How could he be a match for Hellion Shan? Of course, Hellion Shan had the intention to intimidate Sha Yin and used almost all of his strength in the previous attack. However, the blood in his body was still surging. If he had not consumed 2 6th stage spirit recovery pills in advance to suppress the injuries in his body. He would have been exposed by the attack. However, looking at the scene before him, a trace of fear flashed across Sha Yun's dark, old face. Then he laughed. Ha ha ha. Sect Master Hellion is still as mighty as before. I represent the Sea King of my clan to greet Sect Master. It seems that Elder Sha Yun's cultivation has improved in the past 100 years. Hellion Shan smiled indifferently, as if he was not angered by Sha Yun's rudeness at all. The two of them appeared to be familiar with each other as they walked towards the front of the main hall together. There were many clans in the sea area. If it were in the past, the opportunity to fight for the Heavenly Lake would have fallen into the hands of the 10 great royal clans. However, now that the Sea Monarch had unified the sea domain and established an eternal hegemony, the Heavenly Lake's qualifications had a new owner. Every royal family could only get one chance every 100 years, so there was no need to fight for it. In other words, the Blood Shark clan was the representative of the Sea Tribe to compete for the Heavenly Lake's fortune. As for the other 9 demons, they were merely vassals of the Blood Shark royal clan. He. Sect Master Hellion, let's not be so courteous. We're all quite busy. Shall we begin? Sha Yun's sinister gaze swept across the group of immortal sex geniuses before him as the disdain in his eyes intensified. Back then, the 2 clans had agreed that the younger generation would compete fairly for the right to enter the Heavenly Lake. However, there was a difference in age between humans and demons. Demons only reached adulthood when they were 100 years old. Therefore, those under 100 years old were considered youths. As for humans, 100 years old meant that they were middle-aged. Among cultivators, they were considered seniors. Therefore, this battle was unfair to the human race in the first place. However, since they were from different clans and had different settings, no one could say that there was anything wrong with it. You couldn't possibly ask the cubs of the demon race to fight against the human race's geniuses, right? This time, the Blood Shark royal clan had brought 9 divine marquis geniuses. As for the Blood Shark young master, Sha Wusha, he was a peerless monster of a divine marquis 6th stage. He was considered one of the top in the sea region. As for the human race, only 3 of them had reached the divine marquis realm, and most of them were 1st or 2nd stage divine marquis ants. The remaining few were all 1st stage divine generals. Wasn't this going to wipe them all out? In the battle for the Heavenly Lake, the 10 battles between the 2 clans were not carried out by drawing lots. Instead, they would take turns to go up the stage and send their own geniuses to fight against the enemy. As such, the immortal mystic sect had no chance of winning. In fact, no one would win. The reason why the Ocean Emperor wanted to compete with the human race for the Heavenly Lake's fortune was one of the reasons. Secondly, every 100 years, a round of Southern Border's human geniuses would be killed. As such, after a few 100 years, the human race would not be a match for the Sea Tribe. In the long run, the fate of the human race would definitely decline. Even if the Saint sect stood behind the immortal mystic sect, the Sea Tribe would eventually become the only ruler of the Southern Border. Haha, Elder Shah has just arrived. Why don't you have a cup of tea first? Hellion Shan's eyes were calm, but he was a little nervous, because the Saint had not appeared from the beginning to the end. At the crucial moment, the Saint actually dropped the ball. Originally, Hellion Shan still hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to show his prowess in this battle and boost the morale of the human race. But now it seemed like it was just wishful thinking. Don't you know that the geniuses of the demon race don't like to drink tea? We only like to drink blood. Sha Yin sneered, and his eyes were filled with a bone-piercing fierceness. Humph. Since Elder Shah is so impatient, then let's start. Who will go first? Hellion Shan sighed softly. With a wave of his hand, a tall and straight figure stepped out from the crowd of immortal sect disciples and stood on the battle platform. I'll go first. Below the stage, Phoenix Rouge's beautiful eyes narrowed. Her footsteps stopped abruptly. Someone else beat me to it again. I just want to use this stage to put on a good show. Is it so difficult? Senior brother Shangguan, show the prowess of the human race. Senior brother is mighty and invincible. Go. Sha Yun turned around and sat on the golden chair in front of the palace. He looked at the excited human disciples and the young man on the stage with a playful gaze. A second-grade divine marquis could be considered a genius among the human race. However, the weakest among the Sea tribe was a third-grade divine marquis. Tell me, what do you have to fight with the human race? 100 years ago, the human race had one person who won. But this time the human race would become a laughingstock. I'll fight him. A burly figure walked out from the crowd. His face was full of beard, fat head, and big ears. A pair of sharp teeth could be seen outside of his mouth. He looked extremely ferocious. He was actually a fourth-grade divine marquis genius. Xiangba, remember, go easy on him. Don't hurt the harmony between the human race and the demon race. Sha Yun sneered. However, his tone carried a trace of gloom. Yes, Elder. Xiangba chuckled and stepped forward. He didn't waste any time. Demonic aura surged from his body as he threw a punch. Boom! Space crumbled, and the faint silhouette of a sea demon appeared behind Xiangba. Terrifying demonic might surged like a sea of stars. A pitch-black fist fell from the sky, piercing through the void and heading for the immortal sect disciple's head. Evil demon die. The immortal sect disciple was the first disciple of the first peak and a direct disciple of Hellion Mountain. His name was Shangguan Yu. He came to the stage today to show the righteous side, but when faced with Xiangba's punch, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Hum! The ear-piercing hum of a sword suddenly resounded. Clear light flowed between heaven and earth. However, before Shangguan Yu could strike with his immortal sword, Xiangba's figure, which had been 70 feet away, suddenly appeared a meter away from him. And the Sea region genius's eyes were filled with mockery. Shangguan Yu's face instantly paled. Chapter 677. Puchi. Suddenly, a wisp of blood energy filled the air. The entire immortal mystic peak fell into an oppressive atmosphere. Everyone looked at the fist that pierced through Shangguan Yu's back with fear in their eyes. Gulp. Especially the human prodigy, who was excited and looking forward to showing off today. He swallowed his saliva and his face turned completely pale. He died just like that, with one punch. Shangguan Yu was originally an outstanding talent of the immortal mystic sect. He was even famous in the southern region. He was one of the people who had high hopes for the Heavenly Lake battle. But now he was easily killed by a prodigy of the Ocean tribe with one punch. Suddenly, the remaining 8 disciples felt a gust of cold air rising from the soles of their feet. In the blink of an eye, it reached the top of their heads. Oh no! It felt like they were going to die. Ants. Xiangba slowly retracted his fist and kicked Shangguan Yu's corpse off the fighting ring. He looked at the other prodigies provocatively. Haha, young people are so hot-tempered. Didn't I say not to kill indiscriminately? Sha Yun smiled eerily and waved at the person beside him. You can go now. Yes, Elder. Another prodigy of the Ocean tribe stepped onto the fighting ring. His scales shone brightly. Even his face was covered with white scales. He looked very strange. In his hand, a 3-pronged black halberd shone coldly, intimidating everyone. Yin Shao from the Silver Scale tribe. Please enlighten me. A 4th-grade divine marquis. Another tough nut to crack. At this time, the remaining 8 disciples all had their heads lowered or turned to look at the distant sky, as if they were deep in thought, as if they had something on their minds. Unexpectedly, no one dared to go up the stage to accept the challenge. Seeing this, Hellion Shan's expression turned gloomy. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Phoenix Rouge, who was in a hurry to step onto the fighting ring, hesitated. Originally, she wanted to pretend that she was no match for Shangguan Yu and admit defeat. However, the Ocean tribe seemed to think that she would die if she lost. It didn't seem appropriate to surrender in a fight that involved the dignity of the two tribes, right? Chan Ching Shan had run away, and this old lady was already the #1 suspect for colluding with the demon sect. If she were to join the enemy now, even if she was lucky enough to survive, wouldn't she be killed by the old sect master? Therefore, Phoenix Rouge decided that she would fight against the weakest genius of the Sea Clan. After all, the bigger the demons, the stronger they were. Oh, immortal mystic sect. No one dared to accept the challenge? Ha ha ha. I say, Sect Master Hellion, I've already said that we should cancel the competition and give the 10 spots to my oceanic race. This will save everyone a lot of time. Sha Yun sneered as his expression was filled with disdain. Humph. Isn't Elder Sha Yun being too conceited? To be honest, Hellion Shan felt a little embarrassed in his heart. We don't dare to ask what the saint is doing, and we don't dare to care. Yet these southern border prodigies were all so obedient. Wouldn't he be slapping him in the face in front of everyone? Cough, cough. Hellion Shan coughed softly. Su Yunzi, who was standing beside him, narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Phoenix Rouge. Rouge, you'll go for this battle. I'll go. Phoenix Rouge was stunned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Old bastard, you don't want to be my master anymore, do you? Why are you in such a hurry to send me to my death? Do you think I can do it, or you can? You want me to fight against a divine marquis? F***K. Actually, Su Yunzi was also feeling bitter. Back then, when the demon sect attacked the mountain, several hundred disciples of the immortal mystic sect died. More importantly, among the 10 winners of the competition, 4 of them were immortal mystic sect disciples. However, one of them ran away and another died. Only Phoenix Rouge and Shangguan Yu were left. The latter was also killed. Apart from Ling Xiao, among the 8 remaining disciples, only Phoenix Rouge was from the immortal mystic sect. In such an awkward situation, if a disciple of the Southern Border's righteous path didn't go, who would? What does it mean to be the leader of the righteous path? Of course, you have to be the leader of the righteous path. Otherwise, my saint sect won't let you be the leader of the righteous path. Moss, Master? Feng Rouge was clearly a little hesitant, and Su Yunzi glared at her fiercely, instantly stopping her from saying what she wanted to say. I'll go, okay? In the end, Phoenix Rouge gritted her teeth and walked toward the fighting stage. However, each step seemed to be a little bumpy. Realm, Heavenly Hall. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged. Demonic intent was surging around him, covering the sky. At this moment, there was a mysterious fluctuation of divine power on his body. This fluctuation didn't seem to come from him. It was more like the power of an evil treasure. Buzz. At the same time, a buzzing sound was heard in Ling Xiao's soul sea. The primordial mystic goal that was shrouded in demonic intent was finally refined into light by the demonic blade and absorbed into the blade. An extremely cold aura instantly filled the entire soul sea. The primordial ancestral symbol and primordial panga stone, the 2 supreme treasures of heaven and earth, emitted a dazzling divine light at the same time, completely suppressing the ferocious aura. At this moment, a strange golden pattern appeared on the primordial demonic blade and turned into a line that ran through the blade. A majestic demonic intent surged into the sky, mixed with an inexplicable emotion. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and immersed himself in the demonic intent. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, he seemed to have appeared in an unfamiliar space. In front of him was a majestic black hall. There weren't many carvings around the hall. In front of the hall, a stalwart figure stood with his hands behind his back. In his hand, the primordial demonic blade fell to the ground. A wisp of blood flowed along the blade to the ground. Buzz. For divine shadows descended from the sky. There was a kind of vast fluctuation that Ling Xiao couldn't understand. Dazzling divine light illuminated the sky. Endless Tao patterns formed an array that connected the myriad of worlds and contained the intent to destroy all worlds. But facing the siege of 4 people, the demonic shadow didn't panic at all. However, there seemed to be an indescribable sadness in the depths of his eyes. Then, just as the 4 divine shadows descended, the demonic shadow suddenly turned around and looked at Ling Xiao. Watch carefully. The second move of the 9 moves of the Taigu, evil god. Boom! A wisp of black light seemed to have penetrated through the ancient times. For divine treasures also fell from the hands of the 4 divine shadows. Heaven and earth evolved into a myriad of phenomena. Golden dragons soared into the sky, immortal phoenixes cried, divine towers floated, and immortal mountains collapsed. The void began to collapse. The sun and moon sank into the world. There was no more light in the world. An evil shadow vaguely swept out with the blade, destroying everything and suppressing all worlds. Boom! Heaven and earth seemed to be unable to bear the power of the blade and shattered instantly. The 4 divine shadows retreated at the same time and appeared 10,000 miles away. Clang! In the end, the 5 divine treasures collided with each other. It was as if a bell from outer space rang in the ears. It also shattered all the illusions in front of him. Ling Xiao opened his eyes in a daze. Looking at the primordial, demonic blade in his hand, his eyes trembled. There was an indescribable strangeness in his heart. Chapter 678. Ling Xiao already knew that the sky demon had died at the hands of the 4 gods. However, as the seal of the immemorial demon blade gradually opened, the scene Ling Xiao saw was somewhat strange. With the sky demon's strength, he was already immortal and indestructible. Even that slash just now was enough to split heaven and earth and contend against the 4 gods. Moreover, this was only the second move of the immemorial 9 moves. Although Ling Xiao hadn't seen the remaining 7 moves, he could imagine their power. Then how did he die? In other words, Ling Xiao thought that the 4 gods might be able to contend against the sky demon if they joined forces. However, it was obviously not enough to kill him. Then, who killed the sky demon? Could it be that there was an even more terrifying existence after the 4 gods? As a transmigrator, Ling Xiao never fully believed in the so-called secrets of heaven and earth. What the world knew was mostly one-sided, but an existence beyond the 4 gods. Just thinking about it made Ling Xiao feel an inexplicable pressure. Moreover, what puzzled Ling Xiao even more was that every time the seal of the immemorial demon blade was broken, he could see the sky demon's true body, and the sky demon seemed to be able to detect him. If the body and spirit he transmigrated to were both the sky demon's reincarnation. Why did he feel like a bystander? Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt that there was a big hand above his head that was wantonly playing with the fate of the world. He couldn't see clearly, couldn't guess, and couldn't escape. Master. Xiao Po walked over from the side and looked at the demon blade in Ling Xiao's hand with fear. Just now, he could clearly feel a wisp of power emanating from the saber. Just a wisp of power almost caused the entire realm to collapse. Okay, let's go. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently and looked at the sky in the distance. The fog in the Xingzhou gradually dispersed, but the fog in this world rushed towards him again. However, no matter what, his Tao should not be restricted by anyone. Heaven and earth could be slaughtered, and time could be reversed. No one can cut off my path to immortality. 3 days had passed. It was time to go out and collect the greatest fortune of a mortal mystic sect. However, just as Ling Xiao's figure appeared in the sleeping quarters at the top of the mountain, Hua Hua's face flashed with a look of relief. Young master, you're finally back. Yes, someone from the oceanic race is here? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Earlier, he had been immersed in the primordial devil blade and had wasted some time. Looking at Floey's current appearance, the competition had probably already begun. Yes, the Saint Sun had already started. Moreover, the sea race was running rampant. They had killed an immortal sect disciple the moment they arrived. If you don't show up, Miss Ruguo is going to die. Floey sighed as her eyes flickered with pity. She didn't really care about the deaths of a few immortal sect disciples. Phoenix Rouge's celestial beauty was truly peerless. If such a beautiful woman died, wouldn't it be a pity? She wouldn't be able to obtain this poisoned fairy, but it would be good for the young master to obtain her. At that time, the three of them would have fun together. That would be a wonderful thing. Oh, she won't die. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He didn't seem to be panicking at all. She was the Lady of Destiny with 5,000 Providence points and a person who had transmigrated to this world. How could she be easily killed by those rotten fish and shrimps of the oceanic race? Of course, Phoenix Rouge had already determined that he was the villain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have schemed against him. Thus, Ling Xiao wouldn't let her discover the fact that he was the Lady of Destiny. Aren't you a coward? Then I'll let you know that there are dangers everywhere in this world. Only by my side is the safest. Women were transmigrated models. What did they look for in a partner? Of course, it was to be handsome and rich. They also had to be given a sufficient sense of security. If the first two conditions couldn't be met, then please ignore the last one. I, Ling Xiao, am the most handsome person in the 9 heavens. I'm also the saint of the saint sect. I'm definitely the most handsome person in the other world. Phoenix Rouge was afraid that her poison body would be exposed and she wouldn't be tolerated by the world. She would be killed by Ling Xiao Wei Guangjing. But Miss Phoenix, I'm not Wei Guangjing. I'll make her feel despair first. Then I'll give her sincerity and help her block all the hostility in the world. Do you think she'll be so touched that her eyes and white hair will be wet? Saint, this is, beside Hua Hua. Qin Chu looked at Xiao Ping in surprise. At this moment, he saw that this destiny of the upper realm had an arrogant expression on his face. He stood behind Ling Xiao with his hands behind his back. His expression was rarely serious. What a joke! Although he didn't know where this world was in the azure sky world, the aura of these people in front of him was too weak, right? What realm were they in? Divine Overlord? F***CK. I am, this is my servant. Before Xiao Popper could finish, Ling Xiao had already said coldly. Now, this Lady of Destiny was completely under Ling Xiao's control. As for the reason why he brought her with him, haha, look, my servants are all people of destiny. You're saying that I'm a demon? Do you believe that yourself? Besides, this Xiao Popper's luck is so high. Who knows? He might encounter some good fortune in this world. Oh, I'm not greedy for your luck. I just think that you've been suppressed for more than 400 years. You must desire freedom. Young master. Righteousness. Xiao Popper's expression froze. Then, a bright smile appeared on his face. That's right. I'm the Lord's servant. The most loyal kind. Hey, get up. No one is allowed to stand within 3 feet of young master. Otherwise, I'll think that you have ulterior motives and kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Popper's emperor's aura spread out. Instantly, Qin Chu's expression froze. God Emperor. This white, fat, and wretched fatty was actually the God Emperor. Looking at his appearance, he was at most in his 20s, right? He was so terrifying. No wonder the masters always said that there was always a higher immortal and a world beyond the heavens. One must not be complacent. It turns out that I, Qin Chu, am really a piece of trash. Not to mention the Saint Ling Xiao's invincible might. Even his servant was so heaven-defying. What's there to say, Lord Ling Xiao? Awesome. What? How did it involve young master? The God Emperor monster was willing to be a servant. Don't you think young master is awesome? As expected, monstrous people were always like-minded. Now it seems that my plan to become friends with Lord Ling Xiao is really wishful thinking? Then is it too late to consider becoming his servant? Beat. The destined child has the intention to submit. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Oh! Ling Xiao looked at Qin Chu meaningfully. So fast. This immortal mystic sect hasn't even gone down yet, and you're going to play yourself to death? See, you only have talent and luck, but you never come out. What's the use of Dior? It wasn't that the reclusive heavens wasn't weak. His strength was strong, but his temperament was too naive and childish. Of course, if he hadn't met Ling Xiao, he might have also pushed all the way and become the ruler of the world. He tempered his temperament through tribulations, and in the end his Tao heart was firm and complete, and he could look down on all eternity. Moreover, he had 6 great demons protecting him. However, it was a pity. Those 6 demons probably didn't expect that as soon as Qin Chu came out, he would encounter a villain who could plunder luck. They also didn't expect that on the surface, this villain was the greatest righteous person in the Xingzhou. F***CK. Chapter 679. Let's go. It's about time. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Chu meaningfully. This leak was basically useless. He was still alive, not because Ling Xiao was merciful, but the disciple of the 6 demons had a heart of justice. It was a pity that such a good scapegoat died so easily. Furthermore, Ling Xiao always felt that the first divine emissary was too mysterious. His voice had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Therefore, Ling Xiao planned to ask him not to appear in the human territory for the time being. With Ling Xiao's current strength, it would be difficult to kill a 9th-grade divine emperor. It was not reliable to rely on the oceanic tribe. Ling Xiao decided to send a true demon over to delay the first divine emissary. Qin Chu was a good choice, even when Ling Xiao and the others appeared at the top of the main hall. Feng Rouge still had not walked up to the fighting ring. At this time, the destined woman's face was pale, and there were sweat stains on her hair. Obviously, Feng Rouge was extremely anxious right now. Humph! Human, do you not dare to fight me, Yin Xiao? Above the arena, Yin Xiao looked disdainful, and the halberd in his hand glowed. Rouge, come to the arena, quickly! Su Yunzi shouted, his eyes full of bitterness. In these few days he had lost all his face because of these 2 disciples. Oh! Phoenix Rouge gritted her teeth, looking sad and angry. The situation was very dangerous. If she did not expose her poisonous body, she would die in the arena today. But if she exposed it, would her fate be worse than death? Damn, this was a dead end. Hee. Woman, if you don't want to fight, kneel down and kowtow to me. After the fortune in Heavenly Lake is over, come back to the sea with me for 2 days and I'll spare your life. How about that? Yin Xiao looked up and down Phoenix Rouge. Although the heavenly poison woman was wearing a veil, it could not hide her beauty. Swish! However, just as Phoenix Rouge's foot landed on the battle platform, the sound of a sword suddenly resounded in the air. Subsequently, everyone saw a strand of clear light flash by leisurely, whereas the smile on the corners of Yin Zhao's mouth hadn't dispersed when it completely froze. Then, his body suddenly split open neatly. Blood and internal organs spilled all over the ground. He had actually revealed his true form, a shuttle-shaped silver fish that was several meters long. Gulp. The entire square suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. At that moment, a golden sun was shining brightly above the battle platform. It was blinding and contained a divine aura. Vaguely, there seemed to be a white-clothed figure standing before the golden sun with his hands behind his back. Thousands of visions flashed around the young man. As he stepped forward, green lotuses of the great path appeared beneath his feet. There was no light in the world, and all the Taoist rhymes gathered in one person. Ling Xiao stepped forward slowly. His white robe was like an immortal's, and his handsome face seemed to contain a trace of coldness. Behind him, Ling Xiao held a golden magic mirror in his hand and desperately urged all the spiritual energy in his body to make the magic mirror shine brightly. It made Ling Zhao's figure look even more majestic and tall in contrast. Furthermore, at that moment, in the direction of the Oceanic tribe, a few young female prodigies' beautiful eyes were slightly focused, revealing a trace of infatuation. What a peerless young master! Although he was from the human tribe and his body was probably weaker, but he should be able to withstand it by eating more elixirs. Lord Ling Xiao, Phoenix Rouge's eyes flashed with a trace of amazement. She was so emotional that tears almost flowed from the corner of her mouth. So handsome. No, I'm so touched. It's the second time. This was already the second time that Ling Xiao had appeared at a critical moment and blocked a fatal danger for her. If it wasn't for the fact that she was born with a poisonous body, Phoenix Rouge would have thought that she was lucky right now. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you disturb the martial arts competition between the human tribe and the Oceanic tribe? Sha Yin stood up angrily, and the demonic aura around him was surging. Behind him, the elder of the Silver Hull clan was also full of anger. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the immortal, mystic ancient sect, and that the young man looked a little awesome, he would have already attacked Ling Xiao. Oh, so what? Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. He only calmly glanced at Sha Yin, and the soul light in his eyes flickered, as if there was an invisible great force rushing out. Sha Yin only felt his soul sea tremble, and a trace of fear inexplicably emerged from the bottom of his heart. But how is this possible? A young man from the human tribe actually made me feel fear with just a glance? This kind of fear didn't come from the suppression of cultivation. It was more like a kind of force, a kind of Tao force that had been at the top of the sky for a long time and had the same origin as the heaven and earth. Just a mere rotten fish and shrimps. How dare you be presumptuous in my human tribe? Why, has my sacred sect not made a move for too long? Ling Zhao's figure descended from the sky and stood in front of Phoenix Rouge. His originally cold and handsome face suddenly bloomed with a trace of gentleness. Rouge, I frightened you. You scared me? Phoenix Rouge was stunned, and a trace of redness appeared on her charming face. Something's wrong with me. Something's wrong with me again. But what can I do? Who asked Lord Ling Xiao to be so handsome? Who can stand this kind of peerlessly cold and arrogant face when he suddenly smiles at you? I just like handsome people. What's wrong with that? To tell you the truth, if I wasn't a villain, I would have pushed him down from the first day I met him. No, I must restrain myself. A young man abstains from lecherous acts. His dog life is more important. Sacred sect. Sha Yun's expression turned serious, and a trace of contemplation flickered in his eyes. He knew that the saint of the sacred sect had arrived at the southern border. Looking at this young man's appearance, he had a celestial aura and a natural Tao temperament. He was most likely that the saint of the sacred sect. Sect Master Hellion, your human clan killed my clan's young lord. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The elder of the Silver Hull clan clenched his fists. Even though he had already guessed Ling Zhao's identity, he still felt unreconciled. Yes, I don't dare to confront that young man, Bibi. Can I confront the sect master of the celestial mystic sect, Bibi? My clan's young lord was extremely talented and should have led our clan to dominate the sea region. How could he be killed? Hua, keep this silver fish's corpse and make some ice. Once it's frozen, we can cut it into slices at night. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the elder of the Silver Scale clan. You deserve to die for provoking my sacred sect's dignity. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a figure suddenly swept out from behind him. The ancient sword in the figure's hand was suddenly unsheathed, releasing thousands of rays of profound light. The glaring divine light covered the sky and pierced through the ancient times. It seemed to contain a wisp of supreme domineering aura that surpassed the category of Tao artifacts. Human, how arrogant! The elder of the Silver Scale clan was a third-stage god emperor. Although he was surprised that this person was already a god emperor at such a young age, his eyes were still filled with bloodthirsty, killing intent. However, just as the divine light around him was blooming and the demonic aura was spreading, the scene in front of him suddenly paused for an instant. It was precisely at this instant that the ancient sword in Xiao Po's hand broke through the sky and appeared half a chi away from the elder's glabella. At this moment, the heavens and earth were silent. Even Sha Yun and Helian Shan, who were 7th and 8th stage god emperors, had intense fear in their eyes. Chapter 680. Puchi. Xiao Ping slashed out with a blade, instantly penetrating that silver scale elder's head. Even at this moment, the elder's eyes were still filled with indescribable shock. No, the saint of the sacred sect was powerful enough to kill my young master with one strike. How could a random young man behind him kill him with one strike? Of course, until his death, the elder never thought that the wretched young man in front of him was from the upper realm. Even the ancient blade in his hand was a heavenly treasure. Moreover, Xiao Tong had the mandate of heaven and had comprehended a supreme Tao law like time. It was easy for him to kill enemies of a higher realm. Actually, at this moment, Xiao Tong was somewhat surprised. It shouldn't be. Where was this place in the Azure world? Why were all of them so weak? He didn't even use his full strength. He only used a wisp of Tao law true intent to kill this whining old man. Did I become powerful after being suppressed for 400 years? Or was this world just a small realm under the Azure Sky world? But no matter what, it was time to show off again. Humph! A stinky fish dares to question my master. Xiao Tong floated down with one hand holding the blade and the other behind his back. He looked like an otherworldly expert. Hiss! Around the battle stage, many immortal sect disciples and Sea clan geniuses sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Sha Yin, Helian Shan, and the other emperor god experts had a tinge of shock in their eyes. Killing a god emperor with a swing of the blade? God emperor cultivation? When did such a talented young god emperor appear in the Shenzhou? Also, most importantly, what did he call Ling Xiao? Master. F***CK. A young god emperor with unparalleled talent was willing to be a slave and call Ling Xiao master. Who else? Who dares to question my master? Xiao Tong stood in front of the Sea clan members. The ancient blade in his hand shone with a cold light. It was as if he could hold back 10,000 people alone. This is the strength of the saint's servant. Ridiculous. I actually wanted to be the saint's confidant. Now, it seems that I don't even have the right to be his servant. Suddenly, Qin Chu felt a strong sense of inferiority. Beep, the child of destiny's Tao heart, is about to collapse. Congratulations to host for plundering 300 luck points and 3,000 villain points. The pitiful Tianming, who had lived in seclusion from the world, had been played by Ling Xiao before he had even seen the vastness of this world. Haha. Elder Shayin, let me introduce you. This is the holy son of our sacred sect, Holy Son Ling Xiao. Helian Shan smiled indifferently when he saw this scene, yet there was an indescribable feeling of comfort in his heart. As expected of the Holy Son, his appearance instantly slapped the faces of the oceanic species. Look at that Shayin. His face has turned black from anger. Weren't you very arrogant earlier? Why did it wither now? Humph. Greetings, Lord Saint Sun. Before Sha Yin could finish a sentence, the ancient saber in Xiao Tong's hand emitted a godly glow once again, forcing him to swallow the words he was about to say. He didn't think much of a first-grade divine emperor. However, the instant he killed Elder Yinlin just now, it was truly extremely strange. Even with his strength, he couldn't see clearly how this young man appeared in front of the silver scale elder out of thin air. Moreover, the holy son of the sacred sect wasn't someone he could offend. Sha Yin could look down on the southern border's #1 human emperor, Helian Shan. But even if he had 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare to provoke the sacred sect. Even the Ocean Emperor was extremely wary of this force. Holy Sun, what an immortal appearance! Sha Yin smiled embarrassedly and sat back on the chair. The Silver Scale clan was merely a vassal of the Bloodshark clan. The death of a young master and an elder wasn't a big deal. Rouge wins this round. Does anyone have any objections? Ling Xiao looked indifferent as he turned to look at the group of oceanic species experts. Why? Among the crowd, there was another oceanic species expert who wanted to perform. However, before he could take a step forward, he felt a chill on his neck and his head rolled to the side. No objections. Sha Yun's eyes turned cold, but he didn't dare to say anything. Do I dare to have any objections? This servant of the Holy Sun was so ruthless. He killed one person with one slash and didn't even ask anyone to open their mouths. F***CK. What's wrong with this world? Shouldn't it be the oceanic species that's rampant and bloodthirsty to intimidate the human race? Why was there something wrong with the plot? However, at this moment, Phoenix Rouge's pretty face didn't have a trace of joy. Instead, there was a hint of panic. F***CK. Holy Sun, I don't want to go to the Heavenly Lake. I know you're doing this for me. Can you not always make your own decisions? It was very strange. Phoenix Rouge felt that her life seemed to be pushed into the abyss by an invisible hand. Even if she tried her best to resist, it was useless. As expected, as long as the person of destiny was involved in the karma, the villain wouldn't have a good ending. However, what can I do? I can't refuse in front of everyone and say that I don't want this victory. If that's the case, wouldn't I have to go up on the stage and die? F***CK. All right, since there are no objections, let's continue the battle. Ling Xiao's voice was indifferent. However, at this moment, he didn't leave the fighting stage at all. I see that all of you are very eager to fight. Why don't all of you come at me together? If I win, the oceanic species get lost. If I lose, all 10 people from the Heavenly Lake will belong to the oceanic species. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the people from the oceanic species and the oceanic species were shocked. In particular, the human prodigies who were standing below the fighting stage almost knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the Holy Sun out of excitement. The Holy Sun was righteous. They were only here to make up the numbers. Once they went up on the stage, they would definitely be killed. However, Ling Xiao, the Holy Sun, wanted to fight against the entire oceanic species by himself. He wanted to fight against 7 people by himself. 1 against 7. Do you understand? What? Countless prodigies from the oceanic species were stunned. Their eyes flashed fiercely. This was an insult. Ling Xiao was humiliating the oceanic species. Although I admit that you are very strong and very handsome, how could we, the prodigies from the oceanic species, be cowards? Moreover, those who were able to stand on the peak of the immortal Mystic Mountain were all famous prodigies of the oceanic species. When had they ever suffered such grievances? Elder, please let us fight. Fight. I don't believe that the 7 of us are not a match for the Holy Sun of the oceanic species. In front of everyone, Sha Yun's expression changed a few times. The Holy Sun of the sacred sect was indeed a terrifying identity. Even his servants were exceptional prodigies. However, if he didn't accept the challenge, wouldn't he be embarrassing the entire oceanic species? Moreover, more importantly, Sha Yun had a vague feeling that he was hallucinating. If he dared to say no, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave the immortal Mystic Mountain. Since the Holy Sun is so confident, Wuxia, you and the other 6 prodigies will have a taste of the Holy Sun's prowess. In the end, Sha Yun said in a deep voice. Behind him, the 7 prodigies no longer suppressed their auras. Each of them released a demonic radiance and landed on the fighting stage like the scorching sun in the sky. Haha, what a showy show. If all of you are the sun, then I, Ling Xiao, am Hou Yi. Today, I will let all of you understand what it means to be invincible. Chapter 681. Holy Sunling Shao, show us your prowess. The leader of the seven was a young man in black armor. His eyes were gloomy and he was surrounded by a demonic aura. He was a 6th grade divine overlord prodigy. Sha Wuxia's heart was also filled with hatred. Originally, he had planned to use this battle to make a name for himself in the Sea region. But now, it seemed like his glory had been stolen by the young man in front of him. However, it did not matter. The holy son of the sacred sect was the benchmark of the human prodigies. As long as he killed him, he, Sha Yin, would be the little hero of the Sea tribe in the future. Please begin your performance. Ling Xiao looked at the group of weaklings in front of him coldly. 1 6th grade divine overlord, 2 5th grade divine overlords, and 4 3rd and 4th grade divine overlords. Ling Xiao did not even need to use his sword to kill the 7 of them. Of course, the reason why he wanted to fight the 7 of them alone was not purely to show off. Villains, why are you showing off? Be careful. The reason why he did so was to ensure that only the human prodigies would enter the heavenly lake. In this way, the upcoming show would attract the wrath of the human forces. After all, the Sea tribe was the enemy of the human race. Even if the Sea tribe prodigies all died in the immortal mystic ancient sect, it would only attract the hatred of the Sea tribe experts. For the human race, it would be a great achievement. This went against his original intention. It was enough to have a representative of the Sea tribe enter the heavenly lake. At that time, he would give this fellow transmigrator a great surprise. Humph! Everyone, follow me, and let this Lord Holy Sun experience the glory of our oceanic race's outstanding talent. Sha Wuxia shouted coldly. The demonic aura around him condensed into a faint shadow of a blood shark. The remaining 6 people also released their demonic aura, stirring up the wind and clouds. Endless spiritual aura was about to shatter the sky. Even a divine king expert would have to retreat when facing the 7 of them. Seeing this, many elders and disciples in the immortal mystic ancient sect were shocked. However, just as Ling Zhao's eyes were clear and he raised his hand gently, a loud sword chime suddenly resounded in the sky. Buzz! In an instant, the demonic cloud shattered. There was an extreme sharpness that turned into a sharp edge that cut through the sky. An ancient sword surrounded by clear light fell from the sky and stabbed into the fighting ring. In the next moment, an extremely cold and low voice suddenly resounded through the world. How dare a few rotten fish and shrimps act so presumptuously? When he heard the voice, Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. When he raised his head to look again, the figure of a youth in black had already stepped over from the void. His snow-white hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face had a coldness that made one's heart palpitate. The glittering, clear light couldn't hide the pride and arrogance of his sword bones. His divine might was unparalleled, but it was not even half as sharp as the sharpness in his eyes. Furthermore, with every step he took, the sound of the Tao resonated in the sky. The 7-colored immortal aura transformed into a shadow that pierced through the clouds like a peerless sword. The entire immortal mystic sect had tens of thousands of swords humming in unison. Sword Tao was unparalleled. Even Helian Shan and the other God Emperor experts were affected by this terrifying heavenly might. They could only feel their bodies turning cold, as if they were being sliced by sharp blades. Buzz! Countless sword cultivators tried their best to restrain the immortal swords in their hands, fearing that their spirit treasures would break out of their sheaths and fly towards the youth in the next second. What kind of sword talent and cultivation was this? Throughout the history of the Shenzhou state, there were countless outstanding and talented cultivators. But who could cultivate the sword Tao to such a level at the age of 16 or 17? A young sword immortal with an undefeatable aura. When did such a monstrous person appear in the Shenzhou state? Until the white-haired youth descended from the sky and landed in front of Ling Xiao. In the next moment, a terrifying scene appeared. He suddenly bowed deeply towards Ling Xiao, and a touch of gentleness and shyness appeared on his cold and icy face. "Brother, I'm here." "Not bad." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The moment he saw the ancient stone sword, he knew Ling Tian was here. However, even though he had seen this youth's talent with his own eyes, he was still shocked by his cultivation at this moment. 6,000 Providence points, perfected sword Dao, 7th grade Divine Lord. It was obvious that in this short half a year, Ling Tian's cultivation had undergone an earth-shattering change. At the peak of the sword Dao, there was no distraction. With the 3,000 divine swords as his tribulation and the ancient sword's wish as his experience, this good-for-nothing Ling people had finally reached the peak of the great Dao. Perfected Dao laws were the shackles of this world, and even God-emperors would find it difficult to reach them. Even Ling Xiao would find it difficult to perfect all the Daos without relying on the system. But Ling Tian did it. Another follower of Saint Ling Xiao? This is too terrifying. The talent of a sword immortal. Our human race will prosper. Countless elders of the immortal sex exclaimed. Even Qin Chu, the monstrous person who inherited the sword demon orthodoxy, was shocked by Ling Tian's talent in the sword Dao. Too powerful. The suppression from the sword intent was even more terrifying than the suppression from cultivation. In fact, Qin Chu had a vague feeling that this youth's sword was unstoppable in the world. One extreme was to kill immortals with a wave of his hand. "Brother, I'm here. So, let me kill 10,000 enemies for you." Ling Tian's lips curled into a bright smile. A sword cultivator like him shouldn't have such feelings. However, inexplicably he felt warm when he saw Ling Xiao. It was as if nothing in the world could compare to what he said just now. Ling Xiao had never praised him since he was young. Every time he achieved something, he would be reprimanded by his brother. Ling Tian was young back then, so he didn't understand the meaning behind it. But now, it seemed that this was his deep love for him. "Without my brother, how could I reach the peak of the sword Dao? Brother, I'm sorry. Even if you've forgiven me, I can't forgive myself. You've shouldered too much for me. Now I'm here. No one in this world can humiliate you anymore. No, even if the world humiliates you, I'll slaughter the heavens, kill the 6 realms, and respect you. Brother, let me stand in front of you and block the coldness of this world for you. This sect master Hellion, isn't this against the rules? How can you humans be so fickle? How can you change the rules of the competition so easily?" Sha Yun furrowed his brows. Suddenly he felt regretful. The competition for the Heavenly Lake didn't seem to be a fortune for the Blood Shark clan. It seemed more like a calamity. "I don't care about the competition for the Heavenly Lake. If you want to fight my brother, you'll have to fight me first." Ling Tian clenched his hand, and the immortal extermination sword rose from the ground and floated in the sky. Above the sword, the immortal aura was vast, and the spiritual sun shone brightly. There was a faint immortal shadow standing in the sky. Arrogant humans, do you really think we're afraid of you?" Sha Wush's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was completely ferocious. Humiliation. This was a complete humiliation. First it was Ling Xiao. Now it was this young man. Although the white-haired young man's attainment in the sword Dao was shocking, Sha Wusha could clearly feel that his cultivation base was still at the first divine overlord realm. In other words, a divine overlord fighting 7 divine overlords? This wasn't arrogance. This was simply courting death. Follow me. Today I'll bear witness for the Sea Clan. Chapter 682. At the peak of the immortal Mystic Mountain, in front of the main hall. At this moment, all the immortal mystic disciples and the youths of the 8 tribes were stunned. Especially on the battle platform, 2 peerless figures, one white and one black, could be called immortals. Ling Zhao's white clothes and black hair fluttered like an immortal. Ling Tian's black clothes and white hair made him look like a demon. The same immortal appearance and the same otherworldly temperament. The two of them stood side by side and were inexplicably compatible. They were like the two extremes of life and death, yin and yang on the other side, heaven and earth reflecting. As expected, in this world, handsome men belong to another man. Many geniuses clenched their fists, their faces flushed red, and their eyes were filled with tears. Young masters should only exist in the heavens. Why did they fall to this world? What's more, there were two of them. Damn! What can I do? I just have no resistance. Even if the two young masters don't love me, I don't want them to belong to any woman. Young masters, I wish you two to be together. Also, I don't want to cry, but I have to shed something to prove that I'm true to you. I've met my match. Xiao Bo stood in front of the crowd, his eyes flashing with seriousness. Damn, it wasn't that Ling Tian's cultivation had shocked him, but this white-haired youth is actually better at licking than me? Although he didn't say much, every word was deeply engraved and contained deep affection. Oh no, I feel that my status as the most popular person in the Lord's world is being threatened. But on second thought, Xiao Bo felt somewhat relieved. This youth's style is obviously different from mine. Perhaps the Lord likes the way I lick him more? Young master! Not far away from him. Qin Chu's expression was miserable. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with deep powerlessness. Another peerless person appeared beside Lord Ling Xiao. Moreover, looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he had deep feelings for the young master. Most importantly, this white-haired youth was also handsome. Don't you think it's infuriating? Talented, knows how to use a sword, handsome and affectionate. What can I use to compare with him? Suddenly, Qin Chu's eyes revealed a trace of vicissitudes of life. In the end, it was just wishful thinking. Boom! On the battle platform, a fishy wind overflowed. The 7 oceanic tribe prodigies all had demonic shadows flickering around them. With Ling Tian's strength, they naturally did not dare to underestimate him. However, just as the 7 of them took a step forward and were about to pounce towards the white-haired youth, Ling Tian was one step ahead of them and raised the sword in his hand. 3,000 sword daos gather within me. Buzz. An ear-piercing sword hum suddenly resounded for thousands of miles. Above the young man's head, streaks of sword chi shot up into the sky, forming tens of thousands of sword chi. In the blink of an eye, under the clear sky and bright sun, there seemed to be 3,000 divine swords that were pointed at the 7 members of the Sea tribe. An indescribable chill quietly enveloped everyone's hearts. However, at this moment they had no way out. I don't believe it. A mere deity overlord, like you can fight us 7. Sha Wuxia shouted in a hoarse voice, his voice laced with panic. Then, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the 7 people's attacks instantly fell. Boom, boom! The ocean-like demonic aura turned into waves and swept across the sky. A blood-red palm print fell, covering the sky and covering the sun. A strange tentacle stretched out with flickering inscriptions. A Tao artifact pierced through the sky with unstoppable force. The 7 deity overlords attacked with all their might, and the void seemed to be unable to withstand their might and instantly shattered. However, at this moment, there was no trace of panic on Ling Tian's face. In fact, there was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. Boom! The demonic aura descended, and the battle stage instantly collapsed. Smoke and dust rose, completely blocking everyone's vision. However, just as the 7 terrifying attacks were about to land on Ling Tian's head, the ancient sword in the young man's hand suddenly slashed down. Clang! The ancient sword slashed down seemingly casually, but it contained a domineering force that could shatter eternity. At the same time, the 3,000 sword shadows in the sky vibrated at the same time. Then, like a meteor from outer space, they tore through the sky and slashed down on the battle stage. Buzz, buzz! The void shattered like a mirror. Unparalleled killing, intent shot up into the sky, collapsing the universe. In fact, every sword shadow was like a peerless immortal sword that could pierce through eternity, containing the power to kill gods and Buddhas. Even Ling Xiao showed a hint of surprise on his face. No wonder he is my younger brother. His talent is comparable to that of destitute Xiao, a peerless sword cultivator. Ling Tian's model was different from Qin Chu's. He had only cultivated one Dao. The pinnacle of sword cultivation was invincible. Even if he did not have a sword in his hand, as long as he had a sword in his heart, he could slay immortals. In all the worlds and epics, there might be a king in every era. However, the name of the sword immortal had never disappeared. He lived in seclusion and had no desires, but no one dared to look down on him. Pucci! The thick smell of blood suddenly surged out. The demonic aura that covered the sky was instantly slashed into nothingness by the 3,000 sword intents. However, at this moment, no one heard a miserable scream. It was only when the sky and earth became silent and there was no trace of demonic aura in the void that the crowd was shocked to see that there was no one on the battle stage except for the white-haired young man and Ling Xiao behind him. The ground was covered in blood, and the path under the young man's feet was dyed into a river. There were no broken limbs or spiritual treasures. There was only endless blood. Hiss! Suddenly, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. At this moment, the faces of the elders and disciples of the immortal sects were filled with indescribable shock. Even the eyes of Sha Yun and the others were filled with shock. Was this the legendary, slashed into nothingness? The 7 geniuses of the Sea clan were slashed into nothingness by Ling Tian's sword. F***CK, was this something that a human could do? A young divine marquis killed the other 7 geniuses of the Sea clan with just one slash of his sword? Gulp. Even Sha Yin, a 7th grade divine emperor, felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet. When he looked at the 2 peerless figures in black and white, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. A dignified divine emperor of the Sea clan was shocked by 2 young men from the human race. Brother, should we kill them? Ling Tian turned to look at Sha Yun and the others. His eyes were cold, but his tone was extremely gentle. It was as though those divine emperors who were high and mighty in the eyes of the world were as insignificant as ants in his heart. They could be killed with a wave of his hand. Oh! Ling Zhao's lips curled into a playful smile. Then he shook his head lightly and said, "They are guests from afar. How can we kill them?" "Of course, I only said that I won't kill them now. I didn't say I won't kill them later. Since the enmity has been formed, it is natural to remove the roots." Hearing that, Sha Yun and the others were filled with resentment. From what the 2 brothers said, it seemed like their fates were already in the hands of the 2 of them. Arrogant. In the end, Sha Yun didn't say anything and turned to leave. Elder Sha Yun, another genius from the Sea clan, has obtained the qualification. He Lianshan had already recovered from the shock and said with a smile, "Humph, you stay behind with him. The rest of you, follow me back to the clan." Sha Yun looked at the elder of the elephant clan beside him coldly. Without hesitation, he walked down the mountain. "Elder Sha Yun, At that moment, the elder of the elephant clan turned pale, and he almost cried out, "F***CK, aren't you telling me that I am a lamb that has entered the tiger's mouth?" For the first time in his life, this Sea clan expert felt that the qualification to enter the heavenly lake was extremely hot. Looking at the 8 divine emperors of the Sea clan who left, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sinister smile. Chapter 683. Among the 8 sea race emperors, the strongest was only Sha Yun, who was at the 7th stage. As for the remaining 7, most of them were at the 2nd or 3rd stage. Although such a lineup was terrifying enough, it was easy for Ling Xiao to kill them with his current strength. Or rather, from the very beginning, Ling Xiao had never intended to let these experts of the Sea clan return. Since the seafood was delivered to their doorstep, it would be a waste if they didn't try it. Ha 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 ha. The saint is mighty. This time, the human race's victory is all on the saint. Helian Shan was in high spirits and laughed heartily. However, just as he finished laughing, Ling Tian suddenly turned around and looked at Ling Xiao. Brother, fight with me. That's what I was thinking. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up in a gentle smile, but the clear light in his eyes grew colder. Based on his understanding of Ling Tian, he knew that Ling Tian wanted to show off in front of him. As a younger brother, Ling Tian always dreamed of getting his elder brother's approval. Moreover, Ling Tian had always seen him as an enemy since they were young. Although the two of them had buried the hatchet, what Ling Tian wanted was Ling Xiao's respect. Brother, I'm no longer the trash in your eyes. I'm now strong enough to fight alongside you. Childish. Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed. He didn't doubt Ling Tian's loyalty to him, but he still had to teach his younger brother a lesson from time to time. This way, he would always remember who was the elder brother. At this moment, the faces of Helian Shan and the others froze again. Why are they fighting now? How dare you? Xiao Bo, who was standing in front of the crowd, was excited. The chance to show off was here. Xiao Bo was originally worried that this white-haired young man would replace his position in his master's heart. He didn't expect him to be so arrogant in the blink of an eye. He wanted to fight his master? What was this? This was going against his master. How dare you? How dare you fight with my master? I'll kill you with a single strike. Xiao Bo shouted angrily. He took a step forward and appeared beside Ling Xiao. However, this scene in the eyes of the crowd was more or less jealous. Only Qin Chu's face was gloomy, and there was a hint of envy between his brows. I want to be like that young man and stand bravely in front of young master. Tell his enemies that if they want to fight him, they will fight me first. Unfortunately, I'm not worthy. With Ling Tian's talent in the way of the sword, there was no need for a second sword strike to kill him. Leave it to me. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth immediately curled up into a playful smile as he gazed at Xiao Ping, who stood in front of him with peerless saber intent, and then he patted Xiao Ping on the shoulder. My lord, what kind of enemy in this world is worthy of you personally taking action? Xiao Bo is the sword in your hand. You only need to stand here and give the order. This humble Xiao will be able to kill all your enemies and help you. Before despicable Xiao could finish his words, Ling Xiao had already slapped him, sending him flying off the battle platform. Me? At this moment, Xiao Dao's eyes seemed to reveal a wisp of confusion. This shouldn't be. I've been organizing this speech below the battle platform for a long time. How did I make my lord angry? Of course, in Xiao Dao's eyes, everyone in this world was just an ant, and there was no need to worry. Moreover, with his lord's identity, it was absolutely impossible that he didn't have a supreme expert protecting him. But why was his lord angry? Could it be that I didn't manage my expression well enough just now? Brother, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. If you're my brother, come and kill me. Ling Tian was dressed in black, and his sword intent soared into the sky. In his hand, the immortal extermination sword bloomed with a dazzling light, making him seem even more upright. At this moment, there was a mysterious concept on his body. It was as if he wasn't standing there as a person, but as a peerless sword. Compared to Ling Tian, although Ling Xiao's sword Dao had reached perfection, this perfection wasn't comprehended by himself, but was stolen. Therefore, even if they were in the same realm, Ling Tian was still superior in terms of sword Dao. There was no other reason. As the son of heaven, his sword heart was invincible. In this world, Ling Tian was the absolute main character. But so what? I am the sky demon at the top of the sky. Not to mention immortal. Even immortals and gods can't kill me. In order to show my respect to you, I will use all my strength. A pitch-black ancient blade suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. There was no sharpness on it, and there wasn't even much spirituality. There was only a long golden thread that ran straight through the blade, inexplicably strange and shocking. When Ling Xiao first obtained the blade, he was worried that he couldn't suppress the demonic intent of the blade and that others would see through it. But now, as his cultivation level increased, and he stepped into the third transformation realm of the Sky Demon, he could completely control this blade. Moreover, the seal in this blade hadn't been completely broken, and its power was sealed. As long as Ling Xiao didn't activate it with his demonic intent, to outsiders, this primordial demon blade was just a peerless spiritual weapon. Blade. It's still a blade. Young master still looks down on him. Yes, although that white-haired youth sword Dao is heaven-defying, he's not worthy of young master's sword. At this moment, Qin Chu was trembling with excitement. I still have a chance. I still have a chance. Obviously, there was no one in young master's heart now. Otherwise, why would he use a blade to fight the enemy? True respect was to defeat him with a sword. Brother, I'm coming. Ling Tian took a deep breath and suddenly slashed out with the ancient sword in his hand. A ray of clear light bloomed leisurely, and there seemed to be immortal scriptures and Buddhas chanting in unison. An ancient immortal figure stood above Ling Tian's head as if he had stepped through the ages. In the void, the sound of a sword suddenly rang out, clear and piercingly cold, without a trace of impurity. Piercingly cold, bone-piercing, and pure. Suddenly, the universe reversed, and the sun and moon lost their light. There was only one sword left in the world, and it was like the Milky Way hanging upside down in the ninth heaven. It turned into a 10,000 feet long sword and slashed down on Ling Xiao's head. The entire immortal mountain seemed to be unable to bear the power of this sword, and countless cracks instantly appeared on it. At this moment, the eyes of all the cultivators of the immortal sects were filled with indescribable shock. This was the so-called invincible immortal aura, right? A sword that split the sky, collapsed the mountain, and reversed the sea. Not to mention the younger generation. Even god emperors could only temporarily avoid this sword, let alone those of the younger generation. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao. Before Ling Tian came, this saint was said to be invincible among his peers. But now, after Ling Tian revealed his talent, they all wanted to see who was the stronger one between these two monstrous geniuses. Interesting. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the falling sword intent. If the sword that Ling Tian used to kill the 7 marquises of the sea race was said to be the combination of 3,000 sword intents, and it could kill all enemies in the world, then this sword was the true peak of the sword Dao, and it turned into a sword that split the sky. This was a sword that could kill an enemy. It was also the strongest sword move that Ling Tian was able to execute right now. The galaxy collapsed, the world lost its light, and the primordial Dao seemed to turn into nothingness under this sword. Foolish younger brother, you didn't disappoint me in the end. Ling Xiao said indifferently and suddenly raised the ancient sword in his hand. Buzz! At this moment, heaven and earth trembled, and the 8 wastelands shook. Chapter 684. At the peak of the immortal mystic peak, a blinding light suddenly shone. Outside Ling Xiao's body, thousands of strange phenomena appeared. Among them, there seemed to be golden light splitting the sun, ancient trees towering into the sky, vast divine oceans, and heavenly palaces descending into the world. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Ling Xiao's ancient blade suddenly slashed down towards the 1,000-foot-long sword. At this moment, wherever the blade passed, all light was extinguished. Thousands of illusions were faintly flowing within the blade. Immortals and Buddhas bowed their heads. Demons and ghosts bowed their heads. Wherever the blade passed, the heavens trembled and the 9 heavens were destroyed. Thousands of Taoist rhymes gathered on the blade. Splitting the heavens and splitting the earth was not as good as the destruction of the world. In the end, under everyone's shocked and horrified gazes, the two destructive attacks finally collided in the void. Endless killing, intent, surged into the sky. The sword light that filled the sky was instantly shattered. Only that blade seemed to be able to destroy the primordial and ancient times, piercing through the universe and galaxies as it slashed towards Ling Tian. Pucci. He was not prepared at all. Or rather, even Ling Tian did not expect that his sword could not even block Ling Zhao's attack for one breath. The torrential heavenly might contained an unparalleled force as it ruthlessly pressed down. Before the blade arrived, Ling Tian was already vomiting blood and flying away. Ling Tian! Suddenly, a soft shout came from the void far away. Following that, a beautiful figure in yellow descended from the sky and anxiously helped Ling Tian up from the ground. Then, she turned to look at Ling Zhao with a resentful expression. Brother, he came from so far away. Why did you injure him the moment you arrived? You don't know that in the past 6 months, in order to follow in your footsteps, he sealed himself at the peak of the path of swords and suffered the pain of thousands of swords slicing his body. Now that he came out of seclusion, he came to find you. Sun, please don't be so harsh on him. Yi Sun-er's eyes were filled with tears and a faint trace of resentment. Her jade-like hand glowed with a green light as she pressed it towards Ling Tian's chest. Ling Zhao withdrew his blade and shook his head helplessly. After not seeing her for half a year, Yi Sun-er's cultivation had made a huge breakthrough. Although a second-stage divine marquis was not as shocking as Ling Tian's, in the four borders, she could be considered a monster. Sun-er, how can you speak to my brother like that? It's not what you think. I was the one who took the initiative to spar with my brother. I was no match for him and got injured. Ling Tian furrowed his brows, his tone turning cold. However, at that moment, there was a trace of defeat in his eyes. After cultivating bitterly for half a year, he comprehended the Tao in a single day. Originally, he thought that the gap between him and Ling Zhao would shrink a little. However, today's battle had completely shattered the hope in his heart. Furthermore, Ling Tian could faintly feel that his elder brother did not use his full strength in that slash. Sigh, it seems like I still have a long way to go before I can catch up with my brother. Young master. Just as Ling Zhao was looking at the two people in front of him with a playful expression, another gentle voice came from behind him. Ling Zhao raised his eyebrows. He turned around and saw Lin Meng standing in front of him. She was dressed in red. Her face was flushed red. She looked shy. On that fair and gentle face, there was actually an indescribable sense of nervousness and anticipation. Menga? Ling Zhao was stunned. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was obvious that the three of them had come from the eastern border together. Now, the only person in the eastern border who knew about his whereabouts was Liang Yi. Previously, Ling Zhao had sent a message to Liang Yi through a message-transmitting talisman. He asked Liang Yi to find an opportunity to capture the third divine messenger who was guarding the eastern border. He would find a way to kill the first divine messenger. He did not expect Ling Tian and the other two to come in just a few days. First-grade divine marquis with 3,500 providence points. Lin Meng was the most careful and gentle among all his women. After all, she was born in a humble family. If it were not for Ling Zhao, she would have married a disciple from a small sect and lived a lonely life. Therefore, in Lin Meng's heart, Ling Zhao was the benefactor who changed her life. He was also the benefactor who gave her everything. Young master, you said that as long as I can become a divine marquis, I can follow you. I am now a divine marquis, Lin Meng said softly. She lowered her head and rubbed the corner of her clothes. She was afraid that her young master would be angry at her for acting on her own accord. However, she missed her young master very much. She would miss him every day. Not bad. Ling Xiao smiled gently and rubbed Lin Meng's hair. When this scene fell into Feng Rouge's eyes, it instantly caused an inexplicable jealousy to emerge from the bottom of her heart. A first-grade divine marquis? How can she stand in front of you? Why can they stand in front of you, but I can't? Why did I transmigrate into the body of a villain? Ling Xiao, is this my destiny? All right, let's get down to business. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at Helian Shan as a gentle smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Sect leader, can you open the Heaven Basin's secret realm and let us in? Of course. Holy Sun, please. Helian Shan's expression changed. It was too scary. He thought that the white-haired young man was already the strongest in the world. He killed 7 marquis with 1 sword. Moreover, he was a Sea Tribe Divine Marquis. However, he didn't expect that the young man couldn't even block a single strike from the Holy Sun. In other words, Ling Xiao now had the ability to kill an emperor. What kind of heavenly talent was this? Throughout history, it was unheard of for a young man to kill an emperor. The Saint sect was indeed terrifying. You guys, go to the hall at the back of the mountain and wait for me. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't come out. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Ling Tian and the others. Then he followed Helian Shan to the peak of the mountain. Beside him, the southern border prodigies were excited. Only Phoenix Rouge frowned slightly. She seemed to be pondering. Her heavenly poison, sacred body was suppressed by her spiritual energy. That was why it wasn't exposed. However, every time she made a breakthrough, even if it was just a small level, the heavenly poison would be released automatically. It was hard to control. If she accidentally made a breakthrough after entering the Heaven Basin, wouldn't she poison the southern border prodigies and the young man from the Sea Tribe to death? Rouge, you seem to have something on your mind. Just as Phoenix Rouge was pondering, Ling Xiao's voice rang in her ears. Haha, no. I'm just shocked by your ability. Phoenix Rouge shook her head and smiled. Young master, I feel that I'm not qualified to enter the Heaven Basin. Your brother is qualified to enjoy such an opportunity. Oh, there's no need. I'm looking forward to bathing with Rouge. Ling Xiao smiled, and his tone contained a wisp of indisputable dignity. Young master, Rouge, you don't have to say any more. If you don't go to the Heaven Basin, then they don't have to go either. Upon hearing this, the surrounding sky prides instantly stopped in their tracks and looked at Feng Rouge in surprise. Damn it, is this young lady a fool? She's actually pushing away the opportunity that's already in her hands. Dao, you're so troublesome. Holy Sun Ling Xiao is giving you face, isn't he? Isn't he giving you face? Sensing the resentment in everyone's eyes, Phoenix Rouge didn't say anything in the end. She quietly took out a few elixirs from her cosmos bag and swallowed them. Hopefully, she could suppress her spiritual energy and survive this ordeal. Sigh. It's so difficult to be a villain. If he killed someone, he would be scolded. If he did not kill someone, he would still be scolded. If you're cold-blooded, you'll be scolded. If you have some humanity, you'll be scolded. I don't want to kill anyone. I don't want to be soft-hearted. I just want to avoid karma and live in seclusion. Look, not only am I being scolded, but I'm also being punished. Chapter 685. Below the immortal mystic mountain, an ancient forest towered into the sky and covered the clouds. Less than 100 miles away from the immortal mystic sect, Sha Yin and the other Sea clan god emperors looked cold and surprised. Everyone, this is the immortal mystic sect. What is the meaning of this? Since you're here, there's no need to leave. Xiong Huan stood in front of the forest with Xing Shen and Hua Hong on both sides behind him. They looked at Sha Yun with ridicule. With Xiong Huan's strength, it was not a problem to kill Sha Yun alone. As for the remaining Sea clan god emperors, they were only grade 5 experts. How could they be a match for Xing Shen and Hua Hong? What? Arrogant. How dare the 3 of you speak so arrogantly? Sha Yin looked ferocious, and his eyes were filled with anger. He was the great elder of the Sea King Blood Shark clan, yet he was humiliated in the immortal mystic mountain. Moreover, the three people in front of him did not look like they were from the righteous path. Their demonic aura was overwhelming. However, where did they get the courage to cause trouble in the immortal mystic sect? My master invites you to be his guest. Do you plan to walk or lie down? Xiong Huan took a step forward, and the demonic aura around him soared into the sky. A torrential aura suddenly descended from the sky and smashed Sha Yun's body onto the ground. Puchi, a mere blood shark, was naturally not a threat to Xiong Huan. Moreover, Sha Yun's cultivation had just reached grade 7. He could not even move the severely injured Helian Shan. How could he be a match for Xiong Huan? Even if Gu Zhen killed him now, it would not be difficult for him. You don't know your place. Xiong Huan lifted his leg and stepped on Sha Yin, who was about to get up. He looked at the remaining Sea Clan God Emperors coldly. At this moment, everyone's face turned pale. Just as they were about to turn around and escape, they saw a blood demon phantom standing in the sky and blocking their escape route. Gu Zhen! In just a few days, the 1,000 Ghost Mountain Master's injuries had completely recovered. Moreover, after the Poison Sect Master and the Blood Moon Tower Master died in the Immortal Mystic Sect, the disciples of the two demon sects were subdued by Gu Zhen. As for the Charming Valley's master, Hua Yoji, she had long been interested in gooing Xan. However, because of Gu Xi, who was a burden, Hua Yoji did not dare to directly reveal it. But now, Hua Yoji had already led her people and moved to the 10,000 Ghost Mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the ancient forest, countless demonic shadows stepped out and surrounded the 7 Sea Tribe Emperors. Of course, with Gu Zhen's strength, there was no need for anyone else to make a move. He and Xiong Huan alone were enough to kill the 8 Thearchs, but his lord had said to capture him alive. Ancient poison. What are you trying to do? You. Confusion flashed across the faces of the oceanic species experts. F***CK. Was this great demon crazy? Shouldn't they be going up the mountain to kill the righteous people? Why did they block their way? What the hell was going on? Also, a few days ago, the 1,000 Ghost Mountain Lord led the 4 demon sects to attack the Immortal Mystic Sect. Everyone in the southern border knew about this. However, it was said that on that day, 2 of the leaders of the 4 great demonic sects died on the mountain peak. Gu Zhen was seriously injured and fled. Even his daughter died at the hands of Su Yunzi. However, it had only been a few days. How did Gu Zhen become so lively? Moreover, did he not learn his lesson? He actually dared to lead the experts of the demonic sects to the foot of the Immortal Mountain? Wait. Could it be that he wanted to kill them and shift the blame to the Immortal Mystic Sect, leading to a war between the Blood Shark clan and the righteous sects? Gu Zhen, you are vicious. But, Mountain Lord, don't do it. I'll surrender. I'll surrender. Soon, the 7 Sea Tribe Emperors' cultivations were sealed by Xiong Huan and the others and thrown into the ancient forest. Then, the demons raised their heads and looked in the direction of the mountain peak. Early this morning, Ling Xiao had arranged for them to guard the foot of the Immortal Mountain. Capturing the Sea Tribe Emperors was one of the reasons. As for the second reason, perhaps even Helian Shan would never have imagined that Gu Zhen and the others would dare to attack the immortal sects again. Now that Helian Shan was seriously injured, of course they had to take advantage of his weakness to kill him and seize the Immortal Mountain's inheritance. Only then would those dead disciples of the demonic sects not be wasted. Phoenix Rouge, even if you are not tolerated by the 9 heavens, I am still willing to slaughter all living things for you. I can't take it anymore. Watch carefully. I am going to be possessed by love. Ding. The foundation of the immortal sects and the destined woman are in my hands. I am killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, the reason why Ling Xiao wanted to destroy the Immortal Mystic Sect was because of their foundation. However, there was another important reason. Now that he had appeared in the southern border with his real face and real name, it was not a mistake. The two borders were thousands of miles apart. Moreover, the southern border had never been valued by the human race. There were many demons and devils living there. No one would travel there for no reason. However, the voice of the first divine envoy was strangely familiar. It made Ling Xiao feel uneasy. The battle for the heavenly lake had just ended today. In other words, none of the disciples in the mountain had left. Only then would it be absolutely safe to kill them all. It was already late in the mortal world, and autumn had arrived. Ru go, she fart, Didi. In the azure world, a tall mountain stood at the top of the sky. There were divine palaces and forests. Ancient trees formed a forest that occupied tens of thousands of miles of land. Looking from afar, the auspicious chi in the forest turned into auspicious clouds that floated on the mountain. It was a beautiful scene. At this moment, in a magnificent ancient palace at the highest point of the mountain, 4 white-haired old men were sitting cross-legged in front of the palace. They were staring at a chess game in front of them. One of the white-haired old men in a white robe with a red face and long beard was twirling a chess piece. He looked relaxed, but there was a trace of worry between his brows. At this moment, the 4 of them did not emit any aura. However, the aura they emitted was of the same origin as heaven and earth. Obviously, the cultivation of these 4 people had surpassed the shackles of the Xingzhou. Is there still no news from the sacred world? No. It has been 300 years. What does Yi Qingchan want to do? Humph. Back then, you old farts did not know right from wrong, and looked down on Qingchan. You banished her to the lower world. Given her character, it is not strange that she cut off all contact with the clan. No, old ancestor. Back then, Qingchan, enough! There's no need to mention this matter anymore. There's no need to panic about the matter of the lower realm for now. Don't forget, that person sealed himself in this world back then. Now that this world is sealed, it might not be a bad thing for the Yi clan. In the end, the white-robed old man placed his chess piece and laughed loudly. Haha, I won. Old ancestor, you mean? But at this moment, everyone's attention was no longer on the chess game. They all frowned at the white-robed old man. Back then, the Foliaceae were infect here. It seemed that the immortals were heartless, but it was actually because they trusted us. However, the obsession in our ancestors' heart has already been formed. If we continue to suppress it, I fear that our body and soul will be destroyed. So the old man raised his head, a trace of bitterness flickering in his old eyes. Sai, forget it. No one can know about this. Otherwise, it will be difficult for our Foliaceae to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yes, old ancestor. Oh, right. Have you found it? The ripple that appeared in the Xingzhou passage 17 years ago? Suddenly, a trace of killing intent flashed in the white-haired old man's eyes. Not yet. The other 3 shook their heads and sighed inwardly. To be able to avoid our consciousness, that person's cultivation must be above mine. The white-haired old man sighed softly. Compared to the Xingzhou passage being sealed, he was actually more worried about the strange ripple that suddenly appeared in the Xingzhou passage. That ripple did not come from his Foliaceae. In other words, either he was wrong or someone had used some unknown method to hide from the Foliaceae, break through his Foliaceae domain, and head to the Xingzhou. In the Azure domain, there were tens of thousands of lower worlds. But each lower world belonged to someone, and other races could not casually step into it. But who was it? How did they do it? And then what did they do?